Chapter 3046. I don't know. Zhenhe shook his head. However, even if Xiao Hua has this strange flying technique, it will still be difficult for him to escape from Qian Yuha's magic treasure. Although this so-called nascent soul's hand is far inferior to a real nascent soul's hand, the sealing power is born from magic power. Xiao Hua is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. If he doesn't have an effective magic treasure, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to resist. Let's see Xiao Hua's magic treasure. Qian Fengzhu naturally saw Xiao Hua's shortcomings with a glance. Just as the two golden core cultivators were discussing in low voices, the situation on the Thunder Arena changed greatly. But seeing Xiao Hua's figure strangely approaching the wind pillar, Qian Yuha, who was inside the wind pillar, simply disdained him and even sneered in his heart. He pointed his finger at the magic treasure with 5 fingers inside the wind pillar above his head, preparing to send out a wave of magic power to meet Xiao Hua's attack. Just as he urged his magic power and before the wind condensing claw could be activated, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly flew towards the sky. However, following his figure, dozens or even hundreds of yellow talismans fell like cotton. Yellow talismans? Really funny. Qian Yuha almost laughed out loud. He really didn't think that in a life and death battle between Foundation establishment cultivators, someone would use yellow talismans. However, he still didn't dare to be negligent. He urged his magic power and yellow sand gushed out like a fountain, blocking the yellow talismans. Rumble, as soon as the magic power of the wind condensing claw touched the yellow talismans immediately exploded. Dozens or even hundreds of fireballs violently exploded, blasting the fountain-like yellow sand into pieces. What kind of yellow talisman is this? Qian Yuha somewhat understood Xiao Hua's scheme. However, before he could urge his magic treasure again, another round of fireballs exploded around him. The lightning on the surface of the wind pillar protecting Qian Yuha was instantly shaved off by 40%. This fireball talisman is too powerful. At this moment, Qian Yuha wasn't afraid in his heart. He only lamented the power of Xiao Hua's fireball talismans. Rumble, Xiao Hua's fireball talismans seemed to be endless, surrounding Qian Yuha and scattering them. Everyone outside the life and death temple was somewhat dumbfounded. They really didn't understand Xiao Hua's intentions. However, Xiangyang, who was taught a lesson by Xiao Hua's fireball talismans in the past, somewhat understood Xiao Hua's thoughts. Eat this Zhao's staff. Qian Yuha's figure rapidly flew towards the sky. Just as he was about to dodge this round of fireball talismans, he heard Xiao Hua's angry roar. He hurriedly scanned the area with his divine sense. Indeed, Xiao Hua was holding a huge spiked club in his hand, and the spiked club was the nascent soul's hand. Woo! A mournful wind howled. Boom! The nascent soul's hand was actually smashed into pieces by the spiked club. Following the destruction of the nascent soul's hand, Xiao Hua's figure didn't stop at all as he rushed towards Qian Yuha's head. A powerful force enveloped Qian Yuha from afar. Qian Yuha was greatly alarmed as he hurriedly used his wind-congealing claw to block the mace. Lightning flashed around his body as he clearly wanted to use his lightning evasion to escape from this shocking strike. Rumble, just as his figure flashed, dozens of fireballs appeared, shaking his body. Pang, a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. The magic treasure, wind-condensing claw, was actually struck down by the spiked club. Its brilliance was extremely dim, and it was obvious that it had suffered damage. What shocked everyone the most was that Qian Yuha's figure was actually sent tumbling in midair by a fireball talisman. Not only was he in an extremely sorry state, even his complexion was pale. How could a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator catch the jade talisman that Xiao Hua hid inside the fireball talisman without any preparation? Oh no! Qian Fengzhu was greatly alarmed as he glanced at Qian Pingming at almost the same time. Qian Pingming was also shocked. My life is over. Even Qian Yuha's blood and qi were surging due to the fireball talisman. Coupled with the wind-congealing claw being damaged, his meridians were also damaged. His heart turned pale with fright. You can go to hell. Xiao Hua, who was in midair, let out a sinister laugh. He waved his left hand, and a flaming flying carpet rushed to Qianyuha's head. Qianyuha's quintessential essence quickly moved to resist. However, just as his quintessential essence surged, it was immediately wrapped up by the flaming carpet and could only barely move. Rumble, dozens of yellow talismans flew out, shaking Qianyuha, who was unable to use his magic power, until he was continuously rolling under the flaming carpet. However, no matter how he rolled, he was unable to escape from the flaming carpet's range. Moreover, as the fireballs exploded one after another, the protective brilliance around Qianyuha's body became increasingly faint. Boom. In the midst of the explosion, countless flames sprang out from the flaming carpet and surrounded Qianyuha. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the brilliance around Qianyuha's body was extinguished, and his Daoist robe was also unexpectedly burned. When the Daoist robe fell to the ground, Qianyuha's arms, legs, neck, and a small part of his back that were as white as a female cultivator's. The other places were covered by a protective magic treasure. It was unknown whether Xiaohua's flaming carpet couldn't burn them, or if Xiaohua didn't deliberately burn them. Qianyuha, do you want to die or live? Xiaohua urged the flames to burn Qianyuha's protective magic treasure as he coldly said. This old man. Qianyuha was somewhat hesitant. That's right, who would want to die? However, now that he had been humiliated to such an extent by Xiaohua, how could he shrink back? Fine, since you don't want to live, this Xiao will fulfill your wish. Xiaohua urged the flames and coldly said, this Xiao will first break your protective magic treasure, then burn you to ashes. This old man is willing to live. Hearing that Xiaohua actually wanted to burn his final magic treasure, Qianyuha couldn't bear it anymore. The humiliation at that time was 100 times more humiliating than now. Moreover, there were other cultivators in the life and death temple of the 8 great lightning palaces watching. You should have done this long ago, Xiaohua sneered. His left hand hooked, and the spiked club smoothly swung out, hitting Qianyuha's slightly fat buttocks. Qianyuha's physical body flew out from the flaming carpet with a whoosh, turning into a shooting star that charged into the yellow sand, landing somewhere unknown. Martial Uncle Zhen. Xiaohua put away the spiked club and the flaming carpet, not even looking at where Qianyuha went. He could only bow and say, Qianyuha admits defeat, this junior also doesn't want his life. Please be the witness, I request Hall Master Qian to open the life and death temple. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that this would be the outcome. Maybe some people thought that Xiaohua would win, maybe some people thought that Xiaohua would establish his might and kill Qianyuha in the Thunder Arena, but no one thought that Xiaohua would win in this way. Not to mention those disciples who thought that Qianyuha would win early on. However, with Xiaohua's way of handling things, even if he didn't kill Qianyuha, what was the difference between that and killing Qianyuha? For a moment, those disciples who had already sent out the challenge jade slips and came to watch today felt somewhat disdainful in their hearts. They all had a kind of, I would rather die, feeling in their hearts, feeling that Qianyuha was too cowardly. However, when this kind of mournful feeling emerged, everyone suddenly stared blankly. That's right, even if you die, you won't surrender. But if you don't surrender, even if you don't surrender, Xiaohua will burn your Daoist robes, burn your personal magic treasures, and expose your secrets in front of the crowd of onlookers. This kind of humiliation, even if you die, you won't be able to wash it clean. Even if you die, your face, your dignity in front of your disciples, your image in front of your fellow Daoists, will forever be a laughing stock, right? Then, in this kind of situation, will you die? Or will you suffer this kind of humiliation? A kind of indescribable shudder involuntarily emerged from their hearts. All the cultivators looked at each other in dismay. Outside the Heavenly Thunder Palace's Temple of Life and Death, Zhenheyu's face carried an indescribable expression as he looked at Qian Fengjiu and Qian Pingming of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. These 2 golden core cultivators of the Heavenly Thunder Palace had ugly expressions. Qianyuha's skin was exposed. Although it was Xiaohua who slapped Qianyuha's face, this slap also hit the Heavenly Thunder Palace's face. It was even worse than killing Qianyuha. In their hearts, the 2 really hoped that Xiaohua would happily kill Qianyuha instead of humiliating him like this. However, they didn't seem to have anything to say. After all, in the whole fight, Xiaohua's performance was very normal. Although Xiaohua didn't bring out the fire carpet at the beginning, that was because Xiaohua was only a middle foundation establishment cultivator. He was afraid that his magic power wouldn't be able to defeat the late foundation establishment Qian Yuhe, so he chose to use the common fireball talisman. Of course, Xiaohua's fireball talisman was really powerful, especially the fireball that could make a late foundation establishment cultivator tumble. This somewhat exceeded the two's expectations. However, the two didn't discover anything unusual about this fireball through their divine senses. As for Xiaohua using the wolf-tooth club to defeat Qian Yuhe's magic treasure, the wind-condensing claw, that was even more normal. Xiaohua's divine power had already been revealed during the Feather Immortal Assembly. What made the two most embarrassed and speechless was that Xiaohua used the fire carpet and the fireball talisman to burn Qian Yuhe's Daoist robe. After all, Xiaohua was a middle foundation establishment cultivator. It was somewhat difficult for him to destroy the protective magic treasure of the late foundation establishment Qian Yuhe, so he could only wear it down a little bit. During this process, the Daoist robe was inevitably burned. Of course, normally, when the Daoist robe was burned, the protective magic treasure would also be destroyed. Qian Yuhe would either die or counterattack, so his skin wouldn't be exposed. However, it was still that sentence. Who told Xiaohua's magic power to be insufficient? Being able to burn the Daoist robe was already not bad. If the protective magic treasure was also burned, then Xiaohua could only be given more time. And during this time, Qian Yuhe's privacy would be exposed at a glance. Of course, the two were also somewhat baffled. Why didn't Qian Yuhe struggle or counterattack during the process of his Daoist robe being burned? However, they also wouldn't ask because Xiaohua already planned to attribute the power of imprisonment to the magic treasure, the fire carpet. Our magic treasure is formidable and can imprison a cultivator with a higher realm than us. What's so strange about this? As for Xiaohua's wind evasion, the Imperial Thunder Sect's forte was the lightning evasion. If any disciple could comprehend it by analogy and obtain another opportunity, who could say anything? Even in the 8 great thunder palaces, it wasn't as if there weren't any disciples who understood the wind evasion. Chapter 3047. In short, Xiaohua's difficult victory, and the humiliation Qian Yuhe suffered during this difficult process left both of them speechless. They wouldn't blame Xiaohua for hitting Qian Yuhe's fat buttocks instead of killing him. Qian Fengjiu's face darkened. He looked at Qian Pingming and asked loudly, "Junior brother Qian, you're Qian Yuhe's witness. Do you have any objections?" "I think." Qian Pingming thought for a while and said, "Xiaohua is only a disciple in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, and he had just entered Foundation Establishment when he entered the Taoist sword battle. That is to say, Xiaohua entered the middle stage of Foundation Establishment in a dozen years, which is a rare disciple in our thunder-controlling sect. However, he just entered the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, and his spiritual power is comparable to a disciple in the late stage of Foundation Establishment. I think it's a bit strange. Junior brother Zhen, what do you think?" Qian Fengjiu asked Zhenheyu. Zhenheyu raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "This. I don't think it's strange. At the very beginning, Xiaohua used a yellow talisman to face the enemy, while Qian Yuhe used a transcendent artifact from the very beginning, congealing the so-called Yuanying hand. Xiaohua avoided the sharp edge of the attack, and in the end, he suppressed the enemy. His transcendence energy might not be comparable to Qian Yuhe's, but it's normal for him to use it appropriately and appropriately. Especially Xiaohua's magic weapon. Qian Yuhe's magic weapon can form the nascent soul hand, and Xiaohua's fire blanket can confine the spiritual power of a disciple in the late stage of Foundation Establishment. How about this? If junior brother Qian thinks it's inappropriate, don't let Xiaohua and Qian Yuhe come out. Let them fight to the death. Ahem. Junior brother Zhen, Qian Fengjiu glanced at Zhenheyu with displeasure and coughed. Our thunder-controlling sect lost many disciples in the Taoist sword battle. Now, we don't know if the tens of thousands of disciples in Sky Patrol City are dead or alive. Now, every disciple of our thunder-controlling sect is extremely precious. How can we lose one just like that? It's rare for Xiaohua to stop while he's ahead. Since the outcome has been decided, why must there be a fight to the death? The thunder field doesn't restrict life and death, but it doesn't have to be a fight to the death. Yes, I know. Senior Marshal Brother Qian is in charge of the Diligent Thunder Hall. It is precisely because you understand the essence of the competitive thunder plane. I am enlightened. Zhen Heyu hurriedly bowed and said with a smile, since Xiaohua has already won, it's easy for I to act as a witness. I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's instructions. Good, since the two notaries have no objections, I declare Xiaohua the winner. Qian Fengju said. Zhen Heyu and Qian Pingming looked at each other and nodded. Xiaohua, who was in the thunder arena, was already muttering in his heart. He remembered that when he defeated Yan Xifeng for the first time on the thunder arena, his view of life and death was quickly opened. Could it be this time? Do we really have to fight to the death? Xiaohua coldly thought as he stared at the sand-covered illusion. Fortunately, a moment later, a red and blue brilliance flashed, and a door to the Temple of Life and Death opened. Xiaohua turned his head and looked into the distance. He was too lazy to release his divine perception. Who cared about Qian Yuhe's life and death? He stepped into the red brilliance with a lift of his foot. Immediately, the red and blue brilliance of the Temple of Life and Death flourished, abruptly filling the entire heaven and earth. The entire sand-covered illusion collapsed with a rumbling sound, and everything disappeared in the red and blue light. Just like last time, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and his figure appeared in front of the triangular Temple of Life and Death. Qian Fengju and Zhen Heyu met him, and that Qian Pingming had already disappeared. Xiaohua looked around. Not only had Qian Pingming disappeared, even the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators who came with Qian Yuhe had also disappeared. Disciple greets the two hall masters. Xiaohua bowed and thanked them, many thanks to the two seniors for their notaries. Qian Fengju nodded, seemingly encouraging him. Xiaohua, I'm very gratified that you were able to hold back at the crucial moment and not take Qian Yuhe's life as I thought. Hall Master Zhen and I will report everything that happened today to the Great Thunder Hall. Xiaohua's face was filled with panic as he said in astonishment, Junior's matter actually alarmed the Great Thunder Hall. I really deserve to die. I ask the two hall masters to report this to the Great Thunder Hall and not take this matter as Junior's fault. Right, does Hall Master Darren feel that Junior was wrong? Qian Fengju didn't like Xiaohua's eccentricity, and said indifferently, is it your merit or your fault? Both were judged by the Great Thunder Hall, I only judged the outcome of the Thunder Arena. Oh, that's good. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and said to himself, since it's like this, Junior will choose another challenge from the Jade Slips tonight. It's just that. Marshal Uncle Zhen, I'll have to trouble you to come to the Thunder Arena again tomorrow. No matter, Zhen Heyu said with a smile, which Thunder Hall's challenge letter you choose, just have the Gen Thunder Hall disciple inform me. I also want to see more of this extremely interesting life and death battle. Yes, Xiaohua bowed, and the disciple understood. I'll have the disciple inform Marshal Uncle tonight. We'll return to the Great Thunder Hall to report to the Hall Master. Xiaohua, you should also go back and rest. Thousands of disciples' Daoist robes will be stripped by you, so you should properly conserve your energy. Zhen Heyu said to Xiaohua with a smile, then raised his hand to signal Qian Fengju to leave the Temple of Life and Death together. And Qian Fengju nodded. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head, saying, are there any disciples from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Mythical Thunder Hall, Sun Thunder Hall, or Converging Thunder Hall in the challenge Jade Slips? Disciple doesn't know, disciple just randomly picked, whoever it is. Xiaohua said with a smile, disciple's cultivation is like this, and disciple's physique is also of the fire attribute, so I can only use these methods. Burning the Daoist robes is also something that can't be helped. Hearing this, Qian Fengju didn't ask any more, and quickly walked away. He. As soon as the two Jin Dan left, Cui Hongshan came over first, and gave a thumbs up with his right hand, saying with a smile, "Second senior brother, you're really good." Xiaohua shrugged innocently, saying, "Junior brother Chui, I only have these few methods. The first time I went to the Thunder Arena to duel with an aura refining disciple, and this second time with a foundation building disciple is still the same. I also don't have any other choice. However, junior brother Chui, when you pick the jade slip of a challenger tonight, my myriad Thunder Valley should give them a friendly reminder, telling them to wear more Daoist robes." "Yes, junior brother understands. Junior brother will definitely give them a special reminder." Chui Hongshan's voice was very loud, and he answered very excitedly. On the side, Zhen Qing and Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly when they heard this. They knew that this kind of method would offend people even more than killing them, but what better method was there? Xiaohua returned to Myriad Thunder Valley from the Heavenly Thunder Palace under the escort of everyone. Along the way, several people were chatting and laughing, but the 8 great thunder palaces were once again boiling. This boiling was even more intense than last night's boiling. There were many people who were paying attention to this life or death duel. Of course, there weren't many cultivators who were able to witness it with their own eyes. However, before Xiaohua returned to Myriad Thunder Valley, the result of this life or death duel, Qian Yuha's embarrassing state of defeat, and even this late-stage foundation building cultivator's jade-white skin had already spread throughout the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Some people had even begun to forget about the great Dao sword battle that was far away from them, and placed their attention on this duel, as well as the duels that would be held every day in the future. When Xiaohua and the others returned to Myriad Thunder Valley, Xianxia and the others were already waiting outside the valley. Obviously, they had already received the news, and each of them was glowing with excitement. They were even more excited than if they had eaten spiritual pills. Adoptive father. Xianxia flew over from afar and shouted, "Boy, I thought you would definitely kill that guy, but I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted and merciful. Moreover, it was just that guy's butt. If it was a boy, it would be strange if his butt wasn't swollen." Xiangyang looked at the Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples beside him and fiercely berated Xianxia. "Is there anyone who speaks like that? Father, they forced my Myriad Thunder Valley, and they challenged adoptive father. What's wrong with this boy saying these things?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Boy, this is still considered light. You don't know how many laughingstocks are circulating in Heavenly Thunder Palace right now, you shut up." Xiangyang berated, "If you have the ability, you can also go." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Yan Qinglian hurriedly interrupted, "Husband, what are you saying?" Xiangyang also came to his senses. How could he hope for his son to go to the Thunder Plains? On the side, Zhuo Minghui was both happy and sighing. She was happy because based on Xiaohua's bravery today, not to mention a challenge from 2,000 Foundation Establishment disciples, even if it was a challenge from 2,000 late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, Xiaohua would definitely be able to handle it. In other words, in the future, Myriad Thunder Valley would definitely not be looked down upon and bullied by others. Otherwise, if Xiaohua said, go to the Thunder Plains, who would dare to go? However, he was worried because Xiaohua's actions could be considered to have offended all 7 Heavenly Thunder Palaces. Myriad Thunder Valley situation. Who knew what it would be like? Dui Qimeng, who had come to welcome them, seemed to have seen through Zhuo Minghui's misgivings. He flew to Zhuo Minghui's side and whispered, "Master's wife, don't worry. Our Myriad Thunder Valley has second senior martial brother's bravery, so no one will dare to bully us again. Moreover, besides second senior martial brother and eldest senior martial brother, don't we still have Hong Shen and I? We will use second senior martial brother's fame to raise our Myriad Thunder Valley's reputation in the Thunder Palace and even the Imperial Thunder Sect. Using carrots and carrots is the true way of life. Alas! This old one is indeed old." Zhuo Minghui pondered for a moment and knew that Dui Qimeng's words were true. She smiled bitterly and said, "Your master's temper is also not good. In the future, Myriad Thunder Valley will depend on you. Don't worry, master's wife." Dui Qimeng then pointed at Li and Wuqing and said with a smile, there's also Li, and Wu Qing. They seem to be more powerful than second senior martial brother when he was young. Our myriad Thunder Valley will definitely shake the Imperial Thunder sect in the future. Alas, Wu Qing, when Wu Qing was mentioned, Zhuo Minghui saw that the others were all in high spirits. Only Wu Qing's expression remained indifferent. He was completely different from an ordinary youth. Zhuo Minghui sighed again. Right at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly shouted, "That's right, Li, tell the disciples of Thunder Palace that they don't have to be on duty tonight." Why? Xiang Zhili was just happy when he suddenly froze. Chapter 3048. Hee, just do as foster father says. Xiaohua chuckled and continued to instruct, in addition, you will guard this outer valley at night. From now on, the challenge jade slips on the jade table will be worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Remember, this is the only one, no bargaining. Ha ha ha. Boy understands, boy understands. Xiang Zhili laughed, but then asked, isn't 100 spirit stones too little? It's too easy for them. How about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? No need for so much, let's go slowly. Xiaohua chuckled again, moreover, no one will be desperate enough to do anything. Understood. Xiang Zhili somersaulted in the air, extremely excited. Shen Quan. Xiaohua instructed again, you wait outside Martial Uncle's cave, and bring all the magic tools and cultivation methods that you are good at. At this point, Xiaohua scratched his head, turned around and asked, eldest senior brother, junior brother Cui, you two don't have any objections, right? No, we don't have any objections, none at all. Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan came to their senses and hurriedly replied. Good, Xiaohua stretched and said in a long voice, I'm bored, let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see if there are any shameless people who want me to strip them. Yes, disciple thanks martial uncle. Zhen Quan and the others also came to their senses at this time and hurriedly bowed. The eyes of the dozens of disciples were filled with excitement. Soon after, Xiaohua returned to the cave. Zhen Quan and the others were waiting outside the cave. One by one, they went in. Xiaohua checked their cultivations and asked them about their cultivation in detail. Some of them were bestowed with secret techniques, some were bestowed with magic treasures, and so on. Of course, for these disciples, Xiaohua would not teach them the dragon transformation art, god traction art, and other secret techniques, but these pointers had already benefited these disciples greatly. Seeing them come out of the cave one by one and immediately fly away to find a place to cultivate, it was clear how much they had benefited. More than a dozen disciples, each one was checked, each one was taught according to their aptitude. For Xiaohua, this was definitely the first time, and the time spent was not short. However, Xiang Zhili didn't come over to report during this period of time. Xiaohua naturally understood that his plan of killing the chicken to scare the monkey had succeeded, so he simply ignored the matter of the bet. He had originally planned to slowly guide these disciples in their cultivation, but now he might as well guide them all at once. After waiting for the last disciple, Fan Yumming, to leave the cave mansion respectfully with a magic weapon, Xiaohua got up from the jade bed and stretched his body. Looking at the dazzling array of cave mansions, he sighed and said, alas, that bastard Qian Diheng. I wonder how he is doing in the Sky Patrol City. His cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he was captured, nothing would happen to him. Furthermore, the sword cultivator had only killed Sage Xue and not Sage Quangtian. He had already seen through their intentions. As long as the sword cultivators were not forced to a dead end, their lives would be safe. Brother, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to save you. This Xiao really doesn't have the ability to do so. I hope you can live well. This Xiao still needs you to sell his rejuvenation pills. Immediately, Xiaohua's divine sense swept out of the cave mansion. He smiled and said to himself, well, the matter of the bet is over. This Xiao can go into seclusion. With that, Xiaohua walked out of the cave mansion. Xiang Zhili was standing respectfully outside the cave mansion. When he saw Xiaohua, his face immediately showed admiration. He bowed and said, "Godfather, this boy admires you to death. How did you know that these cultivators would definitely come to my myriad Thunder Valley? How did you know that these cultivators would definitely take out 100 top-grade spirit stones to exchange for the challenge jade slips? What's so difficult about that?" Xiaohua curled his lips. The humiliation of having your Daoist robe stripped off or 100 top-grade spirit stones, which would you choose? Besides, no one knew who had issued those challenge jade slips. Even if they came to take the jade slips, I'm afraid it's not them. And, the first to come will definitely be female cultivators. Hee hee. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Godfather has guessed it." At first, there were only a few fourth-layer aura refining female disciples, but when they heard that it was 100 top-grade spirit stones, they all turned back. In less than an hour, the aura refining disciples came one by one. Each of them took out spirit stones and transmitted their voice to the boy. One hand exchanged spirit stones, and the other hand exchanged jade slips. Just thinking about that kind of tacit cooperation makes the boy happy. In fact, the most difficult thing is the number of spirit stones. Xiaohua said indifferently, "Without us, we wouldn't be willing, but with them, this 100 is the most appropriate. Moreover, you have to be careful in the future. Although you have something on these 1,800 foundation building masters and they will be afraid of you in the future, if there's a chance, they'll also harm you. Godfather's way of doing things has its advantages and disadvantages. Consider it a tempering for you. Don't blame Godfather." Xianxia's heart trembled. He was only thinking about the hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and neglected a more important matter. However, after thinking about it, in this myriad Thunder Valley, besides Xiaohua, he was the only one who could bear this heavy responsibility. He bowed and said, "Boy understands Godfather's painstaking efforts. Boy knows how to deal with it." "Good." Xiaohua nodded. To become a grandmaster in the lightning-controlling sect or Xiaoyu continent, cultivation is one thing, but dealing with people and scheming are even more important. Godfather isn't good at scheming and only knows how to cultivate. I'm afraid he won't be able to achieve anything great. The matter of myriad Thunder Valley depends on your martial Uncle Chui and you guys. Hee, Godfather is too modest. Just looking at today's challenge jade slips. Boy's thinking is far worse than Godfather's. Xianxia said with a smile. These are all minor details. They don't count for anything. Xiaohua waved his hand. Godfather is just experienced and experienced a lot. He knows these things, that's all. Godfather knows, so naturally he can see through everything. Xianxia said with a smile. You don't understand. Xiaohua shook his head. This is nature. Some people like it, but although Godfather understands, Godfather isn't willing to do it. Godfather disdains to do it. With that, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the landscape of myriad Thunder Valley. Even if Godfather is now the head of the lightning-controlling sect, Godfather won't be willing. Godfather just wants to cultivate quietly. Hee, Godfather, you're the one who has no desires. Xianxia said and handed over the storage bag he had been carrying. Here are 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Godfather, keep them well. Tisk tsk. 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua glanced at the storage bag and didn't take it. Isn't it too easy to earn these spirit stones? If I had known, would have delayed for a few more days. That's not right. 1,800 challenge jade slips, each of which costs 100 top-grade spirit stones. How come there are only 150,000 top-grade spirit stones? Hee. Xianxia stuck out his tongue and said, Boy's friends from Zhenlei Palace came over. In addition, some female disciples from Lightning Palace looked really pitiful, so the boy acted on his own initiative. Ha, that's how it should be, that's how it should be. Xiaohua clapped and laughed. He waved his hand and said, divide these spirit stones into 2 halves. Give one half to your father and the other half to your martial uncle Cui. Godfather, you should also leave some for yourself. Xianxia wasn't surprised and said with a smile, Godfather is about to recruit disciples himself. You don't care about spirit stones, but your disciples also need them. Who said Godfather doesn't care about spirit stones? Xiaohua glared at Xianxia and said, Godfather is giving you spirit stones now. You're just helping him look after them. When Godfather needs them, he can ask you for them at any time. Hee, boy knows. Xianxia knew that Xiaohua was just joking. Xiaohua had brought back countless spirit stones, pills, and magic treasures during the Dao Sword War. It could be said that everything in the myriad Thunder Valley belonged to Xiaohua. These hundreds of thousands of spirit stones were nothing. However, just as Xianxia was about to put the storage pouch back into his bosom, an indifferent voice was heard, Second senior brother, there's an order from Great Thunder Hall. Mother ordered me to call you back. Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. It was Wu Qing with an indifferent expression. What order? Xiaohua stepped into the air and asked casually. Wu Qing shook his head, little brother doesn't know. The person who sent the order was dressed in a camouflage robe. He only said that there was an order from Great Thunder Hall, and that he had to wait until second senior brother went over before reading it out. Oh. Xiaohua was greatly surprised, asking, did you check the person's token? It couldn't be someone else impersonating him, right? No. Wu Qing said concisely. That person is holding Great Thunder Hall's token. Alright, this is strange, the person who sent the order is actually so mysterious. Xiaohua was bewildered, arriving at the Immortal's Cave first. Sure enough, at the head of the Immortal's Cave, there was a cultivator dressed in a camouflage robe. Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't see through him. Zhuo Minghui, Xiang Yang, and the others accompanied him at the side. Disciple Xiaohua greets martial uncle messenger. Xiaohua knew that the other party was definitely a Jindan disciple, so he hurriedly bowed in greeting. Xiaohua, that cultivator stood up, stretching out his hand and taking out a silk cloth from his bosom, saying loudly, this old man has come to pass on Great Thunder Hall's order. Disciple obeys. Xiaohua lowered his head and replied. Shocking Thunder Hall's disciple Xiaohua was arrogant due to his meritorious service, refusing to accept Great Thunder Hall's order of punishment. When returning to Myriad Thunder Valley, regardless of his status as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he injured an aura-refining disciple. Furthermore, in spite of the current life and death crisis of our Imperial Thunder sect, he rashly provoked a fight, challenging the disciples of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces to a duel on the Thunder Plains. Although Xiaohua performed meritorious service in the Great Sword Battle, he doesn't know right from wrong and doesn't know righteousness. Xiaohua especially punished to be on guard duty in Myriad Thunder Valley for 3 years, to go into seclusion and reflect on his mistakes. He is not allowed to take half a step out of Myriad Thunder Valley, and Xiaohua is also punished to be deprived of his spirit stone supply for 3 years. This is to serve as a warning to others. Ah. Xiaohua stared blankly, almost jumping up from the ground. This order of punishment was really inexplicable. It was already pretty good that he didn't kill these 1,800 cultivators, but not only did they not reward him, they even punished him. Wasn't this Great Thunder Hall really inverting black and white too much? Xiaohua, do you have any objections? That cultivator said coldly. However, his voice had passed through the camouflage robe, so not much emotion could be heard from it. Chapter 3049. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Xiang Yang hurriedly shouted, and without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he ran to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua, do you have any objections? That cultivator ignored Xiang Yang and continued to ask Xiaohua. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed and said very disheartenedly, Disciple doesn't have any objections. Disciple will accept any punishment from Great Thunder Hall. That's good. That cultivator nodded and suddenly asked, how much spirit stones do you get for a year? Xiaohua was startled. Looking at that cultivator, He lazily shook his head and said with a sneer, "Whatever you want, it's my spirit stones that will be confiscated." "What does that have to do with you?" "Martial uncle." Xiangyang hurriedly said with a smile, "Disciple knows, no need." That cultivator raised his hand and stopped Xiangyang, saying, "I only know that even with 3 years of spirit stones. I'm afraid it won't be 100 top-grade spirit stones, right?" Hee hee. Xiao Hua's mouth slightly curled. He glanced at this cultivator who pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer. "Zhuo Minghui, you all go out first. I have something to say to Xiao Hua." Then, that cultivator handed the punishment order from Great Thunder Hall to Xiao Hua and said to Zhuo Minghui and the others, "Yes, disciple understands." Zhuo Minghui naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She gave Xiao Hua a look, indicating for him to not get angry, and then led Xiangyang and the others out of the cave. After Zhuo Minghui and the others left, Xiao Hua still asked indifferently, "Does senior have something to say to disciple alone?" "Hee hee," that cultivator said with a smile, "Naturally, I have to thank junior brother Xiao for saving my life." Saying that, that cultivator removed the camouflage cloth. It was Qian Qinghua with a smile on his face. "Oh, so it's senior brother Qinghua." Seeing that it was Qian Qinghua, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I didn't know it was senior brother, I hope you can forgive me." "Hee hee, it's fine, it's fine." Qian Qinghua hurriedly supported Xiao Hua and said, "I came here to thank you for your kindness. Because I can't tell anyone about my return to the Imperial Thunder sect, I'm wearing a camouflage robe. It's normal that you don't know." With that, Qian Qinghua bowed to show his respect. How could Xiao Hua let him do that? He hurriedly supported her. However, Qian Qinghua didn't want to give up. He activated his magic power, and light flashed around him. He wanted to kneel. "Ha ha ha," Xiao Hua laughed. "Senior brother Qinghua, if it was in the past, it would have been fine if you had bowed. But now, because of you, this little brother has entered the Imperial Thunder sect, and because of the thunder-devouring pearl, this little brother has obtained the sect master's favor. Everything this little brother has now, including his cultivation, was bestowed upon me by senior brother. How could I possibly have you thank me?" Qian Qinghua activated his magic power, but saw that Xiao Hua's magic power didn't fluctuate at all. He still blocked him. He couldn't help but sigh. "Junior brother Xiao. Back then, you were only a 4th level qi refining loose cultivator, and I was already in the late stage of foundation building. Now, you're already in the middle stage of foundation building, and I'm still at the same cultivation level as a few decades ago. I don't even have the power to bow to you. Thinking about it, I'm ashamed. How many decades can a person have in life?" With that, Qian Qinghua stood up and sighed. "Senior brother Qinghua, you don't have to be so sad." Xiao Hua smiled. "Your great contribution is unique in the Imperial Thunder sect. Even this little brother, and that mysterious Yuanian cultivator Wu Ming, can't compare. Others may not know, but how could this little brother not know? For the sake of the Imperial Thunder sect, you made such a sacrifice. How could the sect master treat you badly? How could the Imperial Thunder sect treat you badly? Besides, senior brother Qinghua has been dormant for dozens of years. The bottleneck of foundation building has long disappeared. If you want to break through to the golden core, I'm afraid it'll only take you 10 years. 10 years later, this little brother will still have to call you senior. Thanks for junior brother's auspicious words, I hope so." Qian Qinghua looked at the entrance of the cave and smiled bitterly. Minghui is also a golden core now. That good-for-nothing helplessness is also in seclusion to break through to the golden core. I'm still in the foundation building. If it weren't for this bewilderment, I wouldn't have the face to come to the myriad Thunder Valley. Hearing Qian Qinghua call his master good-for-nothing, Xiao Hua's face changed slightly. But thinking about the relationship between helplessness and Zhuo Minghui, his master could only helplessly listen to Qian Qinghua. Therefore, Xiao Hua just smiled and didn't say anything. "Actually, when this old man gave you the thunder-devouring bead, sealed the bright flower pill into your meridians, and even gave you this old man's token. It was all because I wanted you to complete the mission that day and accept me as your disciple. Xianxia continued, unfortunately, you didn't take my token to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. Instead, you became Helplessness's disciple. When I heard about it, I was also very regretful. Today, even if I want to thank you for your kindness, it's hard for me to do so. Senior brother Qinghua. Xiaohua said seriously, I've already made it clear. I entered the Imperial Thunder sect because of the fate you gave me. That's the cause. Today, I invited you back from the Kai family of Luyang to return the favor you gave me back then. That's the effect. Now that we've settled the karma, senior brother, please don't say thanks again. Fine. Now that we're both disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and fellow disciples, if I say too much, we'll be estranged. Xianxia laughed, I won't mention this again. Good, this is my senior brother Qinghua. You're as straightforward as when I first met you. Xiaohua said while clapping his hands. However, junior brother Xiao. Xianxia laughed again, you still need to change some of your temper. Xiaohua understood that Xianxia wanted to talk about the Great Thunder Palace, so he gave a non-committal reply. Then he asked, right, senior brother Qinghua, since you've already returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, you're already safe. Why did you come to the Myriad Thunder Valley in camouflage? Don't tell me you're afraid of my master's wife bumping into you. If it's something I need to hide from others, I can't say a word. But to junior brother Xiao, I can still reveal a thing or two. Xianxia had to answer, that thunder-devouring bead is extremely important to the Imperial Thunder sect, but I'm only a Foundation Establishment disciple. The Great Thunder Palace and the Great Thunder Palace are very confused about this, so, the thunder-devouring bead hasn't been fully used yet. That's all I have to say. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua laughed, I'm afraid I have to take a good look at senior brother Qinghua's whereabouts during those days. Good. Xianxia laughed, I can't say much about the thunder-devouring bead, but I still have to say about you. So before Xiaohua could speak, he continued, in fact, when you returned to the Sky Thunder Peak that day, the Great Thunder Palace was already like an ant on a hot pan about the fall of the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. They didn't know how to attract the attention of the disciples. Perhaps no one thought of putting this big hat on your head, but you just happened to bump into it. Looking at Xianxin's earnest advice, Xiaohua was a little helpless and could only listen. He knew that some nascent soul masters of the Great Thunder Palace asked Xianxia to say this. In the eyes of the palace masters, you've already gained a lot of merits. Even if you lose some, it's nothing. After all, your qualifications are still shallow. In fact, just like what you said just now, I lost dozens of years, but I gained more than dozens of years for the Imperial Thunder sect. I think it's worth it, and even you think it's worth it. Then why don't you be a fool for the Imperial Thunder sect? Alas, anyone can say this, but when it comes to me, how can it be as simple as it sounds? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Moreover, a group of nascent soul masters put this hat on my head without saying anything. Who would be happy? Since it's already been put on, why do you still want to stir up trouble? Xianxia said again, the matter of you striking several thousand qi refining disciples made the Great Thunder Palace furious. They were just about to punish you, but you tactfully ran away. When those Foundation Establishment cultivators challenged you, it's fine if you ignored them. Who would have thought that you would come back and challenge 2,000 people at the same time? You say the Great Thunder Palace won't get angry again? Also, defeating Qian Yuha is one thing, but you even burned his Daoist robe. You say, the Heavenly Thunder Palace lost all face. Can the Palace Master of my Heavenly Thunder Palace leave it at that? In addition, you used the challenge Jade Slip to exchange for Spirit Stones. Only you could think of that. You say the Great Thunder Palace won't punish you and won't let you go into seclusion to reflect on your mistakes. Is that possible? To tell the truth, this punishment is already very light. If it were according to some people's suggestion, I'm afraid they'd have to abolish your cultivation. Xiaohua sneered. Fortunately, Reverend Lei Meng and Fairy Yao Feng were against it. Fairy Xianhua also felt that this kind of punishment was too severe. Only then did she raise the board high up and lightly drop it. Isn't going into seclusion to reflect on your mistakes for 3 years exactly the time to comprehend what you've gained from the great battle of Dao and Sword over the past 10 years? Presumably, junior brother will definitely be able to step into the late stage of foundation establishment 3 years later. Qian Xinghua said with a smile, of course, junior brother Xiao, this is also a solid warning from the Great Thunder Palace. In these 3 years, you really must not take half a step out of the myriad Thunder Valley, and really must not make the slightest mistake again. Otherwise, even Reverend Lei Meng and Fairy Yao Feng won't be able to protect you anymore. And, many thanks, senior brother Qinghua. Xiaohua nodded. No matter how arrogant this disciple is, I'm still only a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How can I overturn the heavens? Now that everything has been settled, I'm preparing to go into seclusion in the myriad Thunder Valley to reflect on my mistakes. Hee, that's right. Qian Yuha's buttocks have been spanked, and the 100,000 spirit stones have also been collected. Who would dare to disturb your seclusion? Qian Xinghua laughed mischievously and said in a low voice, tell me the truth, is Qian Yuha's buttocks white? Senior brother, how would I know? Senior brother Yuha is still wearing armor under his Daoist robe. Xiao Hua was stunned. When Qian Yuha was young, he always showed off his flirtatious side in front of this old man. Back then, damn it, if not for this guy, this old man would have already dual cultivated. Qian Xinghua laughed again. Junior brother Zhao's fight is to my liking. Chapter 30-50. What? You? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Qian Xinghua and Qian Yuha had such a story. Then what's the story between Qian Xinghua and Zhuo Minghui? By the way, where's your master? I'm afraid he's in closed-door training. It's not easy for him to come out. It seems that I have to visit him more often when I'm free. Qian Xinghua looked up at the entrance of the abode. It's not easy for Minghui to manage the myriad Thunder Valley alone. Xiao Hua's back was sweating. He hurriedly said, Senior brother Qian, do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to send you out and start closed-door training immediately. Don't. I haven't been to the myriad Thunder Valley for a long time. I have no choice. Qian Xinghua waved his hand and said, and junior sister Minghui. But before Qian Xinghua finished, Xiao Hua whispered mysteriously, Senior brother Qian Xinghua, to tell you the truth, when you took out the corpse of Miss Kai from the coffin, I know you were forced to do it to protect yourself. But, do you know who Kai Zhuoxia's dual cultivation partner is? Who? Qian Xinghua was stunned. Then he waved his hand and said contemptuously, how could a female cultivator from a cultivation family have a relationship with someone of higher status? It's already good that I didn't destroy her corpse that day. Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Xiao Hua said seriously, now he's already a cultivator at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. When I found you that day, he was right next to you. If I didn't try my best to block him, I'm afraid senior brother Qian Xinghua would have been turned into minced meat. In my opinion, he didn't make things difficult for you that day because we were all in the first team of the conference hall. But I can't guarantee that in the future. So you'd better hurry up and cultivate. The sooner you enter the Gold Core realm, the sooner you can get rid of Li Zongbao. And, in my opinion, before you enter the Gold Core realm, you can't leave the Imperial Thunder Sect. What? Qian Xinghua was dumbfounded. What you said, is it true? How could this be possible? One is a disciple of a famous cultivation sect, the other is an insignificant disciple of a cultivation family. It's true. How could I lie to you? Presumably, the Great Thunder Hall has already sent disciples to Luyang to investigate by now. You'll know once you ask. Li Zongbao only saw you condensing your Dan in the couple's coffin. Xiao Hua also didn't know. Oh no. Qian Xinghua's expression changed. He didn't expect that throwing Kai Zhuoxia's corpse outside would cause such a huge harm. He knew who Li Zongbao was. His cultivation had stagnated and he was no match for Li Zongbao. Plus, Li Zongbao had the upper hand. If Li Zongbao came, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Junior brother Xiao, I owe you another favor. Xianxia said as he put on the camouflage hat and said in a low voice, I'm going back now. Oh, if you have time, tell Minghui that I'm still alive in this world. Alright, I understand. Xiaohua urged, Senior brother Qinghua, you should hurry back and enter seclusion. The earlier you enter the Gold Core realm, the earlier you can be free. Yes, that's right. Qinghua said, clasped his hands and left in a hurry. Humph. Old bastard. After Qinghua left, Xiaohua snorted, I'll let it go today. If you dare to come to my myriad Thunder Valley in the future, I'll beat you every time I see you. Xiangjili. Xiaohua shouted. Coming, foster father, what's the matter? Xiangjili answered and flew in front of Zhuo Minghui and the others. Foster father is going to the myriad Thunder Valley for seclusion. Xiaohua ordered, however, if there's any middle or late Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, well, even disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, who dare to come to my myriad Thunder Valley, you can send a message to Foster Father. Although Foster Father can't step out of the myriad Thunder Valley, if he dares to come in, Foster Father will beat him until his teeth fall out and break his legs. Pull out his tendons and skin him. Yes. Xiangjili was confused, but seeing Xiaohua gnashing his teeth, he didn't dare to ask more. He just silently remembered it in his heart. What's the matter, Xiaohua? Zhuo Minghui and the others came in and asked in a low voice. It's nothing. Xiaohua looked at his master's wife and said with a smile, Disciple is afraid that when I'm in seclusion, some shameless cultivators will come to make trouble for us, so I told Li to pay more attention. Hee, second senior brother, from today until the day you're in the myriad Thunder Valley, who would dare to touch our myriad Thunder Valleys but, unless they don't want to live anymore. Cui Hongshan said with a smile. Okay. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, it's fine if some people know how to behave, but I'm afraid of people who don't know how to behave. Then Xiaohua bowed to Zhuo Minghui and said, Disciple will go to the inner valley for seclusion. When Master comes out of seclusion before the end of the year, please tell Disciple in advance so that Disciple can go and welcome Master. Go. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. Just take it that you're on duty. My myriad Thunder Valley is just a general name, and I didn't say that you can't step out of any specific myriad Thunder Valley. If you have nothing to do, you can go back to your cave. Okay, Xiaohua nodded. But Disciple really should go into seclusion for a period of time. Master's wife, and eldest senior brother, take care of yourselves. Ha, second junior brother, do you think we're the same size as Ying? Xiangyang said with a big laugh. Obviously, he had heard Xiangjili's explanation outside the cave just now. Knowing that the myriad Thunder Valley had received hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones at once, he was already bursting with joy. After a little preparation, Xiaohua came to the myriad Thunder Valley for the first time under Xiangyang's lead. He waited for Xiangyang to take out the jade tablet, open the restriction, and then gave Xiaohua the jade slip that recorded how to open and close the restriction. Only then did he lead Xiaohua into the restriction. As soon as he stepped into the restriction, he saw a huge cone-shaped mountain peak standing in the air. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts and thunder were produced from the void and smashed on the mountain peak. The deep valley several miles in size was full of lightning and thunder, and water overflowed. Xiaohua couldn't help but show a shocked expression again. Junior brother Xiangyang glanced at Xiaohua, who didn't have any reaction in the midst of the surging lightning, and said in a low voice, This is the core of my myriad Thunder Valley, the real myriad Thunder Valley. Master is usually on duty here. Come with me. Yes. Xiaohua nodded, and followed Xiangyang into the cave on the stone wall. Then, he watched Xiangyang activate the layers of restriction and take out a misty green copper mirror. When he breathed a mouthful of true essence into it, the entire mountain peak's movements were clear at a glance. Then, Xiangyang told him the rules of duty, and finally said, "Junior brother only needs to meditate here and look at the copper mirror. If there's anything different about the lightning strikes on the mountain peak, immediately come out and inform Shocking Thunder Palace." Naturally, junior brother can't leave the myriad Thunder Valley. "You only need to send me a message, and I'll come over immediately. Actually, to tell you the truth, all these years I've been on duty here, I've never encountered any abnormalities. You only need to be careful of your own cultivation, and don't be affected by the sound of thunder. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately leave this place." "Yes, junior brother understands." Xiaohua nodded, and looked left and right. Eldest senior brother has said everything that needs to be said. Junior brother will stay on duty for a few days and take a look. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask eldest senior brother. "Alright," Xiangyang nodded. "I'll go back first. After half a day, I'll come back and see if there's anything wrong with you." "Alright." Xiaohua knew that Xiangyang was still worried, and nodded. Sure enough, in the following 3 days, Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan, and Zhua Minghui actually came more than 10 times. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he felt warmth in his heart. After all, this was genuine concern, and was much better than huge Thunder Palace's distortion of right and wrong. In the end, under Xiaohua's persuasion, Xiangyang and the others didn't come over. Xiaohua then sealed the Myriad Lightning Valley's restriction and roared loudly at the abyss of the Myriad Lightning Valley. He then activated the lightning escape technique and flew towards the mountain peak. Kacha, the instant Xiaohua rushed into the abyss, a bolt of heavenly lightning appeared out of nowhere, and struck Xiaohua's arm. A numb feeling immediately came from his arm, and a powerful force rushed into Xiaohua's arm, instantly destroying a large part of his physical body, and Xiaohua's figure also fell several qi wang. Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and his figure rushed forward together with the power of the heavenly lightning. The powerful lightning energy was used by him in the Imperial Lightning transformation, and the speed of the lightning escape increased by a lot. There were actually signs of breaking through to Imperial Lightning Gem. Moreover, the physical body that had just been destroyed by the heavenly lightning, not only did it refine the power of heavenly lightning under the celestial body bestowment technique, it also repaired the physical body at an extremely fast speed. Wonderful. Xiaohua felt the changes in the Imperial Lightning transformation, and laughed in his heart. This Myriad Thunder Valley is where the lightning evasion technique is located, right? Although this Xiao doesn't have a lightning evasion technique, this Xiao has the celestial body bestowment technique, as well as the thunder roar lightning flash technique. Presumably, this Imperial Lightning transformation, which has been stagnant for a long time, can advance to Imperial Lightning Gem while comprehending talismans in this Myriad Thunder Valley? Xiaohua's thoughts were indeed correct. In this abyss of lightning, he urged the lightning evasion technique to cultivate. In the beginning, every few qi, there would be heavenly lightning striking his physical body. Without the protection of the Phoenix celestial body, the power of this strike was very powerful. Although Xiaohua had the celestial body bestowment technique, after experiencing it several times, his physical body couldn't recover in time. Xiaohua had no choice but to escape into the lightning peak. Naturally, Xiaohua didn't stay idle while repairing his physical body. He took out the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace from the space, and let his primordial spirit practice the refining technique inside the space, while he warmed up the pill furnace, preparing to refine the rejuvenation pill. This rejuvenation pill could only be successfully refined inside the lightning peak under heavenly lightning. This item was much more precious than the ageless pill. In the future, the income of the Myriad Thunder Valley would most likely depend on it. Thinking about how many foundation establishment and gold core female cultivators there were on the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua's blood boiled. It was precisely because of this that Xiaohua didn't put the 150,000 top-grade spirit stones in his eyes. Chapter 3051. In the following days, Xiaohua refined the rejuvenation pill while cultivating the lightning evasion technique. After refining a cauldron of rejuvenation pills, Xiaohua refined another cauldron of spirit pills to mend scars. This kind of spirit pill was rare, but Xiaohua had collected a lot of recipes for it. Therefore, the refining method was not worth mentioning. As for the lightning evasion technique, after cultivating in the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua gradually gained some understanding of it. The abyss around the lightning peak was unfathomable. After flying at a certain depth, Xiaohua was gradually able to avoid the bombardment of the indescribable heavenly lightning. Since he could avoid it, his imperial thunder transformation technique's progress had stagnated. Xiaohua only pondered for a moment before descending several zhang. As expected, the heavenly lightning was even more concentrated and appeared without any pattern. This once again urged Xiaohua to recite the imperial thunder transformation technique's incantation. His figure quickly flew down and welcomed the heavenly lightning's baptism. It was unknown whether Xiaohua's bone tempering was effective, the lightning pill in his body was effective, or the lightning evasion technique was effective. Xiaohua's imperial thunder transformation technique advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long after he advanced to the imperial thunder transformation technique, when Xiaohua used the lightning evasion technique, his entire body really seemed to be controlling heavenly lightning as he flashed in the abyss. Suddenly, he sped up, suddenly stopped, suddenly disappeared, and suddenly reappeared. He had reached a critical juncture where the imperial thunder transformation technique was just around the corner. Thus, after Xiaohua refined a cauldron of spirit pills, he stored the cauldron into the space and concentrated on cultivating the lightning evasion technique. Once he broke through to the imperial thunder transformation technique, he would focus on refining the rejuvenation pill, or even the heaven-flattening staff and the demonic tool-horned silver armor. Unfortunately, it was only a dozen or so days. Xiaohua had just disappeared from a part of the torrent of lightning and was closing his eyes to comprehend the changes in his body and the surrounding lightning currents. Just as he was about to break free from the torrent of lightning, Xiaohua suddenly saw a clear purple color in front of him. It was as if his entire body had merged into a purple space. In this space, every trace of purple was in the shape of a bolt of lightning, and this space seemed to be endless. Xiaohua was shocked. Before he could think, a rumbling sound as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing came from all around him. Every single strand of purple turned into a bolt of purple heavenly lightning that flashed across the sky like a dragon. It was as if all the heavenly lightning in the world had gathered here and was about to strike Xiaohua. Immediately, Xiaohua could no longer hear anything. He didn't know if it was his mind or his eyes, but he was completely immersed in the torrential lightning. Not only that, when the entire world was silent, an unparalleled power was born from every single bolt of purple heavenly lightning and pounced on Xiaohua from all directions. A kind of absolute fear. It was the same fear Xiaohua felt when Huda Great God lit the soul-falling lamp in the Huda village's ancestral shrine. A kind of powerlessness, a kind of uncertainty, a kind of vastness, a kind of helplessness, and a kind of lifelessness uncontrollably filled Xiaohua's mind. Not to mention that in the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua, who was in seclusion to reflect on his mistakes, had unexpectedly fallen into an inexplicable realm while practicing the lightning evasion technique. In the Great Thunder Palace, Fairy Xianhua looked at Qian Qinghua with a face full of anger and coldly said, "Qinghua, the disciples who went to Rain Town to investigate have already returned. You said before, the location where you obtained the thunder-devouring bead is still there, and nothing has changed. Moreover, this old woman has already sent disciples to confirm everything you said. It seems everything is normal. But where is the source of your information? There isn't even the slightest bit of progress?" Qian Qinghua stood in front of the palace very aggrieved, bowing and saying, "Yes, Master Ancestor knows. This junior received a message from Thunder Palace's senior brother Xianxia near Small Hill Peak that day, so I hurriedly sent a message to the sect and rushed to Rain Town. This junior was extremely careful along the way. And, apart from Xiaohua, who hadn't entered my Imperial Thunder sect at that time, this junior didn't see any other sect's disciples. However, this junior didn't see any trace of senior brother Xianxia. Even using our sect's secret technique, this junior couldn't find any trace of senior brother Xianxia. Therefore, this junior felt that this was a misunderstanding on this junior's part and wanted to turn back. But at this time, this junior sensed an obscure lightning fluctuation at the location where the thunder-devouring bead was hidden. Since this junior sensed it, naturally this junior couldn't return empty-handed. This junior hurriedly used our sex lightning technique to retrieve the thunder-devouring bead. To tell you the truth, even if the thunder-devouring bead fell into this junior's storage bag, this junior didn't dare to believe it was real. However, before this junior could think more, that bastard from the Xianghua sect actually chased after this junior. He wanted to kill this junior without saying a word. By this time, how could this junior not know that the news about the thunder-devouring bead had been leaked? Since the news was leaked and the thunder-devouring bead was real, this junior felt that there was no problem with the thunder-devouring bead. Therefore, this junior fought and retreated at the same time, wanting to escape back to Sky Thunder Peak. Moreover, this junior also felt that since senior martial brother Xianxia sent a message, he must be nearby. If this junior met him, wouldn't this junior be fine? But who would have thought, this junior fled all the way until this junior was seriously injured, but this junior still didn't see senior brother Xianxia. This junior felt that this junior had no hope and was about to take the thunder-devouring bead and self-detonate it. At that time, Xiaohua, who was only at the qi refining stage, appeared. This junior saw that his flying technique was so powerful that even foundation establishment cultivators couldn't catch up with him. Moreover, he was also a rogue cultivator and wouldn't attract attention. Thus, this junior took the risk and gave the thunder-devouring bead to Xiaohua. I also sealed the clear flower pill in his meridians. This sealing technique is unique to my Imperial Thunder sect and others can't undo it. Moreover, if there was a slight mistake while undoing the seal, the clear flower pill's efficacy would definitely explode. Afterwards, this junior's spiritual power was insufficient and I couldn't escape far away, so I found a secluded place in the Kai family of Liang to hide. Coincidentally, the eldest daughter of the Kai family, Kai Zhuxia, happened to be in a coffin. This junior moved her body out of the coffin and laid in it myself. Moreover, I performed a secret technique of my sect to conceal my vitality. At that time, this junior thought that if Xiaohua could bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder sect, this junior would have a way to survive. If Xiaohua couldn't bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the sect, this junior would pretend that I didn't meet Xiaohua and perish together with the thunder-devouring bead. Hearing Qianxinghua's explanation, Fairy Xianhua's expression calmed down a bit. She then asked, "Then why didn't you mention Xianxia in the message you sent to the sect?" This junior thought that senior brother Xianxia had already gone there. Since he had sent a message, others must have known. Moreover, this junior couldn't confirm the authenticity of the message. Although the communication charm belonged to senior brother Xianxia, his name wasn't mentioned in the message. Qianxinghua felt even more wronged, moreover, who knew that senior brother Xianxia would mysteriously disappear in our sect. If this were to spread, someone must have found out that it was senior brother Xianxia who leaked the message, so they ruthlessly tried to kill him. The communication charm you brought back has been confirmed to be Xianxia's. Fairy Xianhua said indifferently, when he sent the communication charm, he should have been outside the Sky Thunder Peak. However, for some reason, he abandoned such an important thing like the thunder-devouring bead and instead returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. Unfortunately, this matter can only be left unsettled with Xianxia's death. Ancestor. Qianxinghua said again, this junior thinks that since this thunder-devouring bead is real and this junior has disappeared for decades without any abnormalities, there shouldn't be any problems, right? What do you know? Fairy Xianhua sneered, this thunder-devouring bead is different from other magic treasures. It's related to the life and death of our Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, such a crucial item was strangely obtained by a Foundation establishment disciple like you. Although the process of Xiaohua being sent from Rain Town to the Imperial Thunder sect was strange, he was a small rogue cultivator. No one would have thought that he had such a precious treasure, so it's understandable. However, if you obtained it, it's hard to say. Moreover, the origin of this thunder-devouring bead, in a situation where we can't be sure, even the sect master wouldn't dare to make a judgment. This disciple doesn't understand. Xianxia shook his head. Even if the origin of the thunder-devouring bead is unknown, once it's in the sect master's hands, it belongs to our Imperial Thunder sect. How can we let it fly? Of course you don't understand. Fairy Xianxia sneered. Our Imperial Thunder sect's arrays rely on lightning energy. This thunder-devouring bead can replace the current thunder-vanishing bead and replace all of our arrays. Originally, the thunder-vanishing bead had gradually lost its effect due to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, we have to rely on this thunder-devouring bead to get through this crisis. However, at such a critical moment, the thunder-devouring bead descended from the heavens. Who dares to say that this isn't the ulterior motive of others? If our Imperial Thunder sect uses this thunder-devouring bead, wouldn't we be placing our sect in the hands of others? Once there's an unforeseen event, who would be able to resist the enemy? This junior understands. Xianxia smiled. Currently, our myriad Thunder Valley, Thousand Thunder Mountain, and Imperial Thunder Ocean all have lightning streams and lightning water to protect our arrays, right? Fairy Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's because of this that the sect master temporarily replaced a portion of the arrays with the thunder-devouring bead. If there's anything wrong, we can immediately react. Fairy Xianxia sighed. Of course, this is also a temporary measure. Sooner or later, the thunder-vanishing bead will be replaced by the thunder-devouring bead. This is also the reason why this old woman urged you to hurry up. This junior understands, but this is all that this junior can do. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Senior brother Xianxia has fallen, and that jade slip was sent by him. The news about the thunder-devouring bead has been cut off. Buzz buzz. A slight buzzing sound rang in the great thunder palace, and a faint ray of light appeared. It's a message from Xianghua sect. Fairy Xianxia was startled. She hurriedly stretched out her hand and was about to touch the light when Thunder Tablet Immortal hurriedly said, Xianxia, get out of the way first. Yes, this junior understands. Xianxia immediately came to his senses. Ignoring the rules, he hurriedly flew out of the great thunder palace. Fairy Xianxia, however, blushed. Her hand had already touched the light. Swish. A mirror light flashed, and Sun Yunzi's extremely tired face appeared in the irregular mirror. Chapter 3052. Senior brother Sun Yunzi. Without waiting for Sun Yunzi to speak, Fairy Xianxia called out anxiously, how's the situation in Celestial City? How are the lives of the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder sect disciples? Why haven't they sent a message to us after so long? Sun Yunzi raised his head and glanced at Fairy Xianxia indifferently. He asked in a hoarse voice, where's Qian Lazy? Still in seclusion? Sect master hasn't come out yet. Fairy Xianhua's face reddened, but her heart tightened. Qian Lazy really knows how to hide. Sun Yunzi still looked exhausted. How was he a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? Senior brother Sun Yunzi, how's the situation in Celestial City? Fairy Xianxia asked helplessly. Sigh, our Dao sect has been defeated. Sun Yunzi sighed. Celestial City has fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. This time's Dao sword war has ended. The specific battle report will be sent to all sects as soon as possible. Other than Fairy Xianxia, who cried out in shock and disbelief, the entire enormous Thunder Hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with absolute confusion. Although the nascent soul cultivators of Great Thunder Hall had already received the news of Celestial City's fall, they only treated it as a piece of news. However, everyone only treated it as a piece of news. No one connected the fall of Sky Patrol City to the failure of the True Path sect. Dao sect's defeat seemed to be just an illusory legend. All the nascent soul cultivators of Great Thunder Hall thought that it wouldn't be long before Celestial City was seized by Dao sect's cultivators. What they had to consider was the safety of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples in the process of seizing Celestial City. Sun Yunzi's words were tantamount to a sudden clap of thunder, knocking out these nascent soul cultivators who had been immersed in heavenly thunder their entire lives. How could our Daoist sect have been defeated? What about our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples? Fairy Xianxia hurriedly asked after recovering from her shock. Nothing is impossible in this world, Sun Yunzi said indifferently. Sword cultivators have taken control of Celestial City. In the future, our 3 cultivation kingdoms will definitely be in chaos. Cough cough, since my Daoist sect has lost, then the disciples of your Imperial Lightning sect. Just as Sun Yunzi was about to continue speaking, a huge rumbling sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Before the impact of this reverberation could reach Colossal Thunder Palace, the irregular mirror surface Sun Yunzi was using to transmit his message shattered like real glass, turning into thumb-sized fragments that disappeared in midair. Sun Yunzi's words were naturally cut off. Immediately after, the entire Great Thunder Palace began to shake violently. These vibrations were extremely strange. Wherever the vibrations passed, all the restrictive barriers of the Colossal Thunder Palace would emit sizzling sounds of thunder flowers. Those thunder flowers were like fireworks in the middle of the night, bursting forth with endless colors. Those thunder flowers coiled around the entire inner walls of the Colossal Thunder Palace, crazily flowing about. A change had occurred in the Great Thunder Hall, but none of the Yuanying elders in the hall paid any attention to it. That was because, at the same time the tremors occurred, the Yuanying within the bodies of all the Yuanying cultivators gave birth to an indescribable excitement. Strands of purple brilliance emerged from the skin of the Yuanying. This brilliance flickered at the same speed as the lightning flowers in the Great Thunder Hall. This crazy nascent soul seemed to be beyond the control of a nascent soul cultivator. Merely a moment later, everything returned to normal. Not only did the lightning flowers in the Colossal Thunder Palace suddenly disappear. The lightning on the Yuanying also disappeared along with the disappearance of the lightning flowers at the same time. Only a feeling of extreme exhaustion emerged from the Yuanying of everyone, and an extremely strange feeling of calmness emerged from the hearts of the Yuanying cultivators. What is going on? Fairy Xianxia couldn't help but turn pale with fright. However, when her divine sense swept through the Colossal Thunder Palace, her originally pale face turned ashen. How is this possible? The restrictive barrier of the Colossal Thunder Palace has completely disappeared. Thunder-devouring bead. Thunder-devouring bead. Fairy Xianxia abruptly came to a realization. This situation seemed to have happened when Xiaohua brought the thunder-devouring bead to the Colossal Thunder Palace, and when Xian Leizi released the thunder-devouring bead in an extremely weak manner. That's not right. Reverend Lei Meng hastily cried out, "It's the thunder-vanquishing bead. It caused the formation of our Imperial Thunder sect to lose its effectiveness." Fairy Yao Feng and the others also hurriedly shouted, "Perhaps, the Myriad Thunder Valley, Thousand Thunder Mountain, and Imperial Thunder Ocean all had some abnormalities, causing the lightning water to be lacking, causing the formation of our Imperial Thunder sect to lose its effectiveness." Palace guards, Fairy Xianxia shouted in panic, "Quickly send out all the men. There is no need to check the sect's restrictive barrier. First, check all the restrictive barriers outside the Thunder Emo mountain range." Yes, all the palace guards outside the Colossal Thunder Palace also sensed the abnormality. How could they dare to be negligent? After a slight delay, they all flew out. Sigh, how can these palace guards patrol the entire Thunder Emo mountain range? Thunder Meng Daoist sighed and said, "Palace masters, immediately send out all the gold core disciples of the various palaces to patrol the Sky Thunder Peak. Quickly report back." Yes, all the palace masters on duty hurriedly flew out, and after a brief discussion, they also scattered in all directions. "Senior Sister Xianxia," Zhen Yunzi said in a low voice, "if I'm not mistaken, a part of the sect protecting formation in the Thunder Emo mountain range has been damaged. The current plan is to hurry to the thunder-devouring bead. Prepare to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead with the thunder-devouring bead. Sigh, perhaps this is the only way." Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Just now, I was scolding Qian Qinghua. Now, I have no choice but to use the thunder-devouring bead in advance." Thunder-devouring bead, oh thunder-devouring bead, you really put me in a difficult position. As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia glanced at the palace masters and said loudly, Sect Master is still in seclusion. With such a big change, I'm afraid he can't be called out from his seclusion. Junior brothers and sisters, please tell me what to do next for our Imperial Thunder Sect. Fairy Yao Feng, who usually didn't speak, opened her mouth again at this time. Senior Sister Xianhua, now that you've taken the place of Sect Master, your words are our thoughts. No matter what decision you make, we'll support you. Moreover, even if there's something wrong with the thunder-devouring bead, didn't Sect Master say it that day? It's true that the thunder-devouring bead is extremely powerful and is the nemesis of all the formations in our Imperial Thunder Sect. However, when it comes to our Imperial Thunder Sect, it's our thunder-devouring bead. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, Thunder Meng Immortal nodded. The most important thing now is to repair the formation in the Thunder Mo mountain range. Don't let those with evil intentions take advantage of the situation. If they do something in the Thunder Mo mountain range that we don't know about, it'll be a big problem. That's right. I also have the same idea. Fairy Xianhua nodded. Even if Sect Master is here, the first thing he should deal with is this. Junior brother Lei Meng, junior sister Yao Feng, and junior brother Lei Ting. The three of you prepare to follow me to the Thunder Pool. With the combined strength of the four of us, we should be able to activate the thunder-devouring bead. When the news of the Thunder Mo mountain range is sent back, we'll replace it with the thunder-devouring bead and activate the formation. Yes, Thunder Meng Immortal, Fairy Yao Feng, and Lei Tingzi hurriedly stood up and replied in unison. Zhen Yunzi glanced at Dui Jia and said, Disciple and Dui Jia can't help with the thunder-devouring bead. How about this, the two of us will go to the Myriad Thunder Valley, Thousand Thunder Mountain, and Imperial Thunder Ocean to see if there's any change there. At the same time, we'll also appease the disciples of the 8 great Thunder Palaces. All right, thank you, Junior Martial Brother. Fairy Xianhua nodded and said, other than these few places where the Thunder Water sect has appeared, we'll also check out the other forbidden and dangerous areas. Yes, we'll go right away. After saying that, Zhen Yunzi stood up and hurriedly flew out with Dui Jia. Fairy Xianhua and the others watched the two of them fly away and looked at the remaining 3 palace masters. She waved her hand as if she wanted to open the communication channel with Sun Yunzi again. Unfortunately, there was no response from her magic power. Clearly, the communication channel was also destroyed by the Imperial Thunder Sect. She couldn't help but sigh and said, Sigh, fortune never comes in pairs. Misfortune never comes alone. The Daoist sect has just been defeated and such a huge change has already occurred in our Imperial Thunder sect. Just now, the Imperial Thunder sect's Sun Yunzi didn't finish his words, but from what I heard, I'm afraid it's not good. Even if Junior Martial Brother Miyu and the others were not kidnapped to the Han country, I'm afraid our Imperial Thunder sect would have to spend a large amount of spirit stones and elixirs to redeem them. No matter which one it is, our Imperial Thunder sect has suffered a great loss. Sigh, it's good that they were defeated. The lives of Junior Martial Brother Miyu and Kuang Tian can be saved. Lei Tingzi, who didn't speak much like Fairy Yao Feng, also sighed, but there was a sense of luck in his tone. If our Dao sect won and the sword cultivators fought to the death, the 2 junior martial brothers would bear the brunt of the calamity. Yes, when the battle report comes back, we'll take a look at it in detail. From what Sun Yunzi said, it's a bet. Lei Mengjinren nodded and said, when the matter in the Thunder Mo mountain range is over, this old man will volunteer to go to Sky Patrol City. No matter what, we have to bring back the tens of thousands of disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect, right? Then we'll have to trouble Junior Martial Brother Lei Meng. Fairy Xianhua looked at everyone helplessly and said, let's not talk about the battle in Sky Patrol City for now. The 4 of us need to discuss how to replace the thunder-devouring beads. Just as the 4 of them were discussing, news of the Thunder Mo mountain range came bit by bit. What shocked them was that in addition to a portion of the Imperial Thunder Sect's restriction formation being destroyed, 30% of the Imperial Thunder Sect's sect protective formation had been destroyed. If the thunder-devouring beads were used as replacements, then 60% of the Imperial Thunder Sect's formation would rely on the strange thunder-devouring beads. Even so, Fairy Xianhua and the others had no choice. They had no other choice but to use the new thunder-devouring beads. The four of them went deep into the lightning pool to replace the thunder-devouring beads and restore the formation of the Thunder Emo mountain range. When Xiaohua fell into the purple lightning space, it was as if all the heavenly thunder had struck him. An irresistible killing intent was born from the heavenly thunder, forcing Xiaohua to the brink of death. But this desperate situation only lasted for a moment. Xiaohua's vision darkened and the purple suddenly disappeared. All the thunder in his ears also suddenly disappeared, and it was extremely quiet. Chapter 3053. Xiaohua hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. When he used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was because there was not a single bolt of lightning that had descended like rain earlier. Not a single thunderous roar could be heard. The lightning peak in front of him was just like an ordinary mountain, quietly standing there. Even the abyss that had been cleansed by the lightning water was now only darkness, without a single strand of lightning. What is going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. This Xiao didn't do anything. Why did all the heavenly lightning in this place disappear? Is a Myriad Thunder Valley without lightning still Myriad Thunder Valley? Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't dare to believe it. He escaped into the lightning mountain and flew straight into the abyss. However, no matter where he went, there was no trace of lightning. It was as if Myriad Thunder Valley had never had Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He reached out to scratch the back of his head. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he blurted out, "Damn it, it can't be." Instantly, Xiaohua's mind sank into the space. Once his mind entered the space, Xiaohua's heart immediately turned cold. At this moment, within the space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Right beside the reverse light, a strange inkstone-shaped object was revolving around the reverse light. On the side of the inkstone-shaped object, there were two golden tadpole-like words. However, one of the words was complete while the other was only half of a word. The lightning in the space came from the surroundings of the inkstone and then fell on the inkstone. Looking at the inkstone, it seemed to only be half. It was in an irregular shape with four corners. What was special was that the edge was damaged and there were some jagged cracks. The other half of the word was broken from this crack. Looking at the head of this thing, there were three protrusions that looked like antennae. After the lightning water fell into the inkstone, some seeped out from the broken edges, forming thick lightning bolts that fell on the huge white bone in the space. Inside the white bone, little Lei, who didn't change at all, received the heavenly lightning bolts as if he was taking a bath. Looking at the surroundings of the inkstone, the heavenly lightning that appeared out of nowhere in the same manner as the 10,000 Thunder Valley, and the purple color of the inkstone, how could Xiaohua not know that this was what he had encountered in the 10,000 Thunder Valley? How could he not know that it was this item that caused the lightning to fall from the Myriad Thunder Valley? Great Aunt, you can be anywhere in the Imperial Thunder Sect, but please don't be in this small space. Xiaohua almost wanted to cry. Although he understood that this item was extremely precious, how could he dare to take it? He hurriedly used his mind to cover the object and wanted to send it out of the space. But with a thought, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. Although that object was not the same as reverse light and could be sensed by the mind, that object was incomparably heavy and could not be moved by the mind. Furthermore, that object surrounded reverse light and slowly rotated. Similarly, an extremely large amount of lightning water fell into reverse light. Xiaohua's mind could not disturb that object's rotation at all. "Madam, I beg you." Xiaohua tried over 1,000 times in succession, but that object was simply bigger than the lightning mountain in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. He could not move it at all, as if it was determined to settle down in Xiaohua's space. "You've really made this young master suffer." What could Xiaohua do? His mind was extremely dispirited as he withdrew from the space. Just as his mind withdrew, Xiaohua felt a strong movement outside the restriction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Needless to say, it was definitely Zhuo Minghui and the others who came to investigate. Xiaohua was extremely unwilling to open the restriction, but what could he do? Just before he opened the restriction, he tried one last time to take the inkstone out of the space, and then he had no choice but to fly in front of the restriction. Xiaohua opened the restriction, and all the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Valley came face to face. Zhuo Minghui almost rushed in, and similarly looked at the completely changed 10,000 Thunder Valley with extreme disbelief, and said loudly, "Xiaohua, what did you do?" After Zhuo Minghui, Yan Qinglian, Cui Hongshan, Dui Qimeng and the others also flew in. After scanning the surroundings with their divine senses, they also looked at Xiaohua in shock. Disciple. What could Xiaohua say? He could only stammer. Disciple didn't do anything. Just as Disciple was cultivating in seclusion, the 10,000 Thunder Valley suddenly became like this. Disciple was investigating when Master's wife came. Really? Zhuo Minghui stared at Xiaohua and asked, "Xiaohua, you must tell the truth." Really? Xiaohua also had unspeakable bitterness. Could he say that it was a problem with his space? Xiang. Zhuo Minghui habitually shouted as she turned around. However, when she saw that Xiang Yang's figure was not behind her, she was a bit puzzled. Where did Xiang Yang go? Yan Qinglian was also puzzled. Looking around, she said, "Xiang Yang was with Disciple just now. When the 10,000 Thunder Valley changed, we all flew to the inner valley together. Who knows how he suddenly disappeared? Don't worry about Xiang Yang for now." Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. "Hongshan, you're also on duty here. Take Qimeng and your disciples and quickly search the depths of the Thunder Abyss. Qinglian, follow me to the top of the Thunder Peak. Let's see if there are any abnormalities there. No matter what, we must find the reason before the Thunder Palace comes to investigate." "Yes, sir." Everyone agreed and flew up. "Master's wife," Xiaohua said anxiously. "You stay around for now." Zhuo Minghui was obviously not in the mood to talk to him. "Your shift was short and you're not familiar with this place. Just look around." "Yes," Xiaohua nodded helplessly. He knew that what the 10,000 Thunder Valley disciples did was useless and that it was impossible to find the reason. However, what could he say? That inkstone had already taken root in the space. In a short period of time, before he succeeded in tempering his mind, it was impossible to take it out of the space. After searching for an hour, although they did not find the reason for the disappearance of the heavenly lightning, the Thunder Palace disciples that Zhuo Minghui was worried about also did not come. Everyone slowly returned. Xiaohua asked, somewhat puzzled, "Master's wife, I heard Master say before that our 10,000 Thunder Valley has already been gradually forgotten by the Great Thunder Palace. In other words, this 10,000 Thunder Valley is no longer important. This heavenly lightning, if it disappears then it disappears. Report it to the Thunder Palace. At most, they'll just record this disciple's mistake. Child. Although you've been in my 10,000 Thunder Valley for a long time, your master didn't teach you much." Zhuo Minghui sighed. "My 10,000 Thunder Valley is no longer as glorious as before and its role is small. However, it still involves my Imperial Thunder Sec protecting formation. Just now, a strong lightning power shock occurred in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. The restriction in my cave was broken by this shock. Presumably, other places will also be affected. Let's not talk about this shock of lightning power for now. The disappearance of the heavenly lightning in this 10,000 Thunder Valley and the scarcity of lightning water will directly affect the lightning power supply of the formation. Even if the lightning power is strong and weak, the formation of the entire Thunder Mountain range will be threatened. Although our 10,000 Thunder Valley is small, it involves a very wide area. This is so serious." Xiaohua complained in his heart, but he still asked, "Since it's so important, why don't you attach importance to my 10,000 Thunder Valley? My Imperial Thunder Sec's formation relies on lightning pools. Other than 10,000 Thunder Valley, only Thousand Thunder Mountain and Imperial Thunder Sea can produce lightning water. As for the other magic treasures, I'm not too clear about them. Among the 3 places, my 10,000 Thunder Valley is the smallest and produces the least amount of lightning water. Today's spiritual energy changes, Lord Sect Master must have already taken care of it. A place as small as my 10,000 Thunder Valley naturally has an even smaller role. But the facts prove that the 10,000 Thunder Valley's role is not small. Xiaohua bit his lip. Yes, it's precisely because it's not small that your punishment is heavier. Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. I remember your master once said that if there are any changes in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, then the punishment of Great Thunder Palace will be extremely heavy. It's even recorded in the sect's ancestral teachings. Bad news. Xiaohua cried miserably. This disciple has caused a great disaster. Second senior brother, this matter isn't caused by you. Cui Hongshan said anxiously. Zhuo Minghui shook her head. Although this Xiaohua didn't do anything, Xiaohua was on duty today. He definitely can't escape responsibility. At this moment, a powerful divine sense swept through the 10,000 Thunder Valley, and a shocked voice was also transmitted into everyone's ears. Ah? Something actually happened in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly flew out of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, respectfully standing guard in midair. Not long after, Dui Jie flew over from afar, her face filled with anger. Seeing this, the faces of Zhuo Minghui and the others instantly changed. They had always been hoping for a fluke, wanting to find the reason for the disappearance of the 10,000 Thunder Valley's lightning before shocking Thunder Palace questioned them, hoping to make up for their mistakes. But they never would have thought that what should come would still come, and the one who came was actually the Palace Master of Lightning Palace. Although Lightning Palace was ranked last among the 8 great lightning palaces, with the Palace Master of Lightning Palace personally coming, anyone could realize the seriousness of the matter. While everyone was slightly stunned, Cui Hongshan suddenly urged his transcendence energy and flew in front of Dui Jie. With a flustered expression, he bowed and said, Disciple of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, Cui Hongshan, greets Palace Master Dui. Just now, this junior was on duty in the 10,000 Thunder Valley and accidentally touched a restriction. This restriction was originally normal, and this junior had encountered it before, but I didn't know what happened today. Lightning flashed in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, and then it was completely annihilated. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's disciples noticed that something was wrong, and all of us came here to patrol. But after searching for so long, we still haven't found anything strange. If there is any punishment because of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, this junior will bear it. Can a foundation establishment brat like you bear the punishment of the 10,000 Thunder Valley? Dui Jie sneered, looked around, and asked, What about the 10,000 Thunder Valley's Wu Wei? Disciple Zhuo Minghui greets Palace Master Dui. Zhuo Minghui hurried forward and said in a low voice, Wu Wei has been in seclusion for more than 10 years in order to break through to the Golden Core realm, and he hasn't come out yet. It's good that he's in seclusion. Dui Jie narrowed her eyes. But even so, he can't escape the responsibility. Chapter 3054. Soon after, Dui Jie looked indifferently at Zhuo Minghui and Cui Hongshan and coldly said, Leave. You were ordered to guard the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Now, you have actually destroyed the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although you have neglected your duties, it is still a heinous crime. I'm afraid that no one will be able to protect you. Let's go, follow this old one to Colossal Thunder Hall to receive punishment. Saying this, Dui Jie ignored everyone and turned to leave. Yes, when Cui Hongshan heard this, his expression unconsciously relaxed. He turned to look at Dui Qimeng. Dui Qimeng, Yan Qinglian, and the others actually didn't have the chance to greet Dui Jie. Seeing the look in Cui Hongshan's eyes, Dui Qimeng's expression darkened. Perhaps Xiaohua did not know the consequences of destroying Myriad Thunder Valley's Myriad Thunder Valley, but Dui Qimeng had heard everything clearly before Cui Hongshan's shift at Thunderclap Palace. Although Cui Hongshan's actions caused Dui Qimeng's heart to ache greatly, She also understood Cui Hongshan's thoughts of protecting Xiaohua. Although she could confirm that the annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley had nothing to do with Xiaohua, Xiaohua was, after all, in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley in seclusion. Xiaohua's responsibility could not be shirked. Not to mention that this responsibility was originally very heavy. Xiaohua had now been repeatedly punished by the Great Thunder Hall. He really could not make any more mistakes. Although Dui Qimeng's heart was in pain, she still respected her husband's decision and nodded slightly at Cui Hongshan's gaze. Wait. Just as Cui Hongshan's gaze swept past Xiaohua and secretly gave him a meaningful glance, Xiaohua couldn't take it anymore and raised his voice. Senior brother Xiao. Cui Hongshan said anxiously, I'll be right back. Nothing will happen. Hee, junior brother Cui, even if there's nothing wrong, this matter happened because of me. I still have this bit of responsibility. How can I let you take the blame? I appreciate your kind intentions, but let me go to the enormous Thunder Hall to bear the responsibility for this crime. Xiaohua stepped out from the crowd and indifferently said. Senior brother Xiao. Cui Hongshan stomped his feet in midair. He had managed to deceive Dui Jia with great difficulty, and as long as he arrived at the Great Thunder Hall, he would already have a certain degree of confidence. Who would still be able to tell? Now that Xiaohua had stood out, although Dui Jia did not understand the duty of 10,000 Thunder Valley very well, she could tell at a glance. Yes. Xiaohua has been punished by my colossal Thunder Hall to be in seclusion on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Hongshan, how could you possibly be on duty again? Dui Jia's face turned cold as she said angrily, how dare you deceive this queen? How should he be punished? Dui Qimeng hastily stepped forward and bowed, Your Excellency Asgard Master, Brother Cui and Xiaohua have a deep brotherly relationship. Asgard Master, please quell your anger. Sigh. Dui Jia looked at Dui Qimeng, then at Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan. A complicated expression flashed across her eyes. She waved her hand and said, Qimeng, you are a disciple of my Dui Thunder Palace. You made great contributions during the Dao Sword War. You are truly a role model for my Dui Thunder Palace. Moreover, the relationship between Cui Hongshan and Xiaohua, this old woman is also gratified. However, a mistake was a mistake, and others could not bear it. This consort doesn't know how your 10,000 Thunder Valley guards, nor can this consort determine who made this mistake. Therefore, this consort does not intend to pursue Cui Hongshan's crime of deceit. The three of you, follow this old woman, and wait until we arrive at the Great Thunder Hall to listen to the other teacher's decision. After speaking, Dui Jia flew away without looking back. As she flew, she even sent out a Thunder Note talisman. It was very obvious that the responsibility of 10,000 Thunder Valley's destruction was too great. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiaohua, sighed, and did not speak again. Let's go. Zhua Minghui's heart also ached. She looked at Dui Qimeng, then looked at Cui Yingying, who was being held by Zhang Wan behind Dui Qimeng. She had already made a decision in her heart, and she waved her hand to follow behind Dui Jia. Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan accompanied Zhua Minghui. Junior brother Cui. After flying for a while, Xiaohua transmitted in a low voice, 10,000 Thunder Valleys, 10,000 Thunder Valleys, 10,000 Thunder Valley disappeared. What serious consequences could there be? From Palace Master Dui's meaning, it seems very serious. It's nothing much. Cui Hongshan said with a forced smile, if it was before, 10,000 Thunder Valley was the vital point of my Imperial Thunder sect. The disappearance of 10,000 Thunder Valley would definitely cause a huge commotion. But now, 10,000 Thunder Valley's importance has already gradually faded. Otherwise, Master, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, would not have been on guard that year, and would not have been so disliked. If we talk about punishment, right? It's just a matter of raising it up high and gently dropping it down. A fine of spirit stones, a punishment of being confined to seclusion, and that's it. If it's too serious, this little brother also does not dare to shoulder it for you. Since that's the case, you also don't need to shoulder it for this elder brother. Xiaohua seemed to understand Shui Hongshan's meaning, and let out a slight sigh of relief. The problem is that second senior brother has provoked quite a bit of Great Thunder Hall's anger during this period of time. If you commit this minor mistake again, it will make Great Thunder Hall very embarrassed. Shui Hongshan said with a bitter smile, who knows, Great Thunder Hall might make a mountain out of a molehill and cause some huge waves. Xiaohua smiled, waving his hand, it's fine. Everything will come to light after the Great Dao sword battle ends. Nothing will happen to this elder brother. Sigh, all right. Shui Hongshan smiled bitterly again. Now that things had come to this, even if he wanted to shoulder the blame for Xiaohua, it was also impossible. Unfortunately, Xiaohua and Shui Hongshan still did not notice that Duijia, the palace master of Great Thunder Hall, had personally come to the Myriad Thunder Valley to investigate. Moreover, she had come alone. How could this matter be simple? When they arrived at the Thunder Immortal Peak, although there were disciples on duty around Great Thunder Hall, they were obviously fewer than usual. Moreover, the order was somewhat disorderly. When some disciples saw Duijia and the others flying back, they hurriedly went forward to pay their respects, and then hurriedly returned. Wait outside the hall. When they arrived at the entrance of Great Thunder Hall, Duijia indifferently instructed Zhuo Minghui and the others, and then she went in first. At this time, there was no longer the chaos inside Great Thunder Hall. Most of the palace masters who had rushed out to investigate at the beginning of the anomaly had already returned. There were still a few palace masters sitting high on the prayer mats. Except for Zhen Yunzi, who had yet to return, the others all had a trace of anger on their faces as they looked at a cultivator kneeling in the hall. Duijia glanced at that cultivator, cupped her hands, and said, reporting to Martial Aunt Xianhua, this disciple has already found the location of the anomaly. Yes, we already know that an anomaly has occurred in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Fairy Xianhua said indifferently. Oh. Duijia was startled and looked at Zhen Yunzi's empty prayer mat. She had just passed on this matter to Zhen Yunzi and had yet to report it to Great Thunder Hall. Since Zhen Yunzi had yet to return, how could Great Thunder Hall know? Naturally, Duijia immediately understood that Zhen Yunzi must have already sent a message to Great Thunder Hall. However, Fairy Xianhua's next sentence made Duijia dumbfounded. Fairy Xianhua pointed with her finger and said, the troublemaker of the Myriad Thunder Valley has already come to Great Thunder Hall to accept his punishment. Ah. Duijia unconsciously looked at the Myriad Thunder Valley disciple kneeling on the ground. Who else could it be but Xiangyang? Sigh, Duijia sighed inwardly. Shui Hongshan jumping out to take the blame for Xiaohua had already exceeded her expectations. Xiangyang was even more miraculous. Long before Duijia had arrived at the Myriad Thunder Valley, he had already gone to Great Thunder Hall to take the blame. How could Duijia endure this? For a moment, Duijia didn't know what to say. What's the situation in the Myriad Thunder Valley? Fairy Xianhua asked coldly. Clearly, she was already beyond furious. That's right, who wouldn't fly into a rage after knowing that the Dao sect had suffered a great defeat in the Dao sword war and that the lives of tens of thousands of their own disciples were unknown? Reporting to Martial Ant, the Myriad Thunder Valley has already disappeared. There will no longer be a grand occasion like the Myriad Thunder Tide. Duijia said indifferently, and even added, the effects of the Myriad Thunder Valley have already begun to weaken a long time ago. Now that it has disappeared, it's just that we were caught unprepared. It's not a big deal. Even so, it's still an unforgivable crime. Fairy Xianhua snorted coldly, although the effects of the Myriad Thunder Valley will definitely disappear in the end, now that it has happened ahead of time, our Great Thunder Hall is extremely passive. There are even some unpredictable possibilities. Yes, this disciple understands. Duijia nodded. Just as she was thinking about how to speak up for Xiangyang and how to get Zhuo Minghui and the others to leave, she heard Zhen Yunzi's voice from behind her. Palace Lord Dui's actions are really fast. I just arrived at the Imperial Thunder Sea, and you already sent me the situation of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and even brought over the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley who made a mistake. This is bad. Dui Jia cried bitterly in her heart. Sure enough, Fairy Xianxia asked curiously, Dui Jia? You also took the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley? Sigh. Dui Jia sighed. Looking at the gloomy Thunder Meng Reverend, she said, Masters, this disciple will not speak anymore. Let Zhuo Minghui and the others from the Myriad Thunder Valley come in and report. After saying this, Dui Jia floated up and sat on her own praying mat. Zhen Yunzi looked at the kneeling Xiangyang with a baffled expression and also sat on his own praying mat. As for Thunder Meng Reverend, his ashen face raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. Let Zhuo Minghui and the others from the Myriad Thunder Valley come in. Fairy Xianxia raised her voice and shouted. A moment later, Zhuo Minghui and the others followed the outside into the Great Thunder Hall. Needless to say, Xiaohua seemed to have already become a frequent visitor of the Great Thunder Hall. Cui Hongshan had once come to the Great Thunder Hall and received a reward. At this moment, although he was trembling with fear, he also had some confidence in his heart. On the contrary, as a senior, Zhuo Minghui's figure was somewhat trembling. It was extremely similar to the last time when helplessness brought Xiaohua to see Qian Leizi. It was no wonder. Zhuo Minghui and helplessness had been in the Imperial Thunder sect for so many years. They had heard of the awe-inspiring name of the Great Thunder Hall. This kind of formless prestige had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts and minds. It was different from Xiaohua's fearless newborn calf. Eldest senior brother? When Xiaohua entered the Great Thunder Hall, he did not lower his head like Zhuo Minghui and Cui Hongshan. Instead, he swept his gaze and very easily saw Xiang Yang's familiar back. When he saw Xiang Yang's kneeling figure, how could Xiaohua not understand why Xiang Yang had come to the Great Thunder Hall? In an instant, Xiaohua's heart was very sour. His nose was sour and his eyes were sour. He then looked at Cui Hongshan, who was respectfully walking in front of him, and slightly lowered his head. He had already made a decision. For these two senior brothers who did not care about their own safety and simply did not consider taking the blame for him, he would lower his proud head. Chapter 3055. Greetings, greetings, Palace Masters. Zhuo Minghui's tone was somewhat stuttering, and her voice was also slightly trembling. Her heart was in a mess, and she didn't know how to deal with this matter. Zhuo Minghui. Fairy Xianxia said coldly, let me ask you, what exactly happened in your Myriad Thunder Valley? Why did two disciples cause trouble all of a sudden? Tell us everything that happened in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Yes, disciple. Zhuo Minghui's head was still lowered, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, for some reason in the Myriad Thunder Valley, the lightning that was usually like raindrops suddenly completely disappeared. Disciple led the Myriad Thunder Valley to investigate for a long time, but didn't find anything wrong. Is it that simple? Hearing that Zhuo Minghui couldn't say anything, Fairy Xianxia asked, when the lightning was annihilated, who was on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley? It was Disciple. Xiang Yang was still unwilling to give up, and before Xiaohua could speak, he hurriedly said, Disciple just touched the restriction of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and before I could enter, the lightning in the Myriad Thunder Valley instantly disappeared. Although Disciple doesn't know the reason, Disciple knows that Disciple must have made a mistake in the incantation, causing the Myriad Thunder Valley to go wrong. Xiaohua sighed, stepped forward, and answered with a bow, I'll let martial ancestor Xianhua know that this matter is Disciple's fault. What a helpless disciple. Two disciples actually admitted their mistakes at the same time. Fairy Xianhua sneered. Martial ancestor Xianhua. Dui Jia's heart moved, and she seemed to plead for leniency, but also seemed to sneer as she said, it's the helpless disciples who admitted their mistakes at the same time. 3. Fairy Xianhua's mouth curved into a mocking smile. If all three admit their mistakes, then all three will be punished at the same time. Don't think that you can escape punishment by acting this way. No need. Xiaohua said indifferently, the matter is very simple. Originally, Disciple was on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley under the punishment order of the Great Thunder Hall, but the lightning in the Myriad Thunder Valley suddenly disappeared. At that time, Senior Martial Brother Xiang Yang and Junior Martial Brother Cui Hongshan were not in the Myriad Thunder Valley. The two of them were only afraid that Disciple would be punished again, so they rushed to stand out. It won't be difficult to investigate this matter. Grandmaster only needs to send a disciple to the 10,000 Thunder Valley to ask where Senior Martial Brother Xiang Yang went and where the 10,000 Thunder Valley was before the change. Junior Brother Xiang Yang turned around and shook his head. You don't understand at all. Xiang Yang's tone was the same as Cui Hongshan's. No matter what. Xiaohua ignored Xiang Yang and said respectfully, the responsibility of the Myriad Thunder Valley lies on this junior's shoulders. Whether it is punishment or punishment, this junior will bear it alone. Don't involve the other disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiang Yang. Cui Hongshan. Fairy Xianhua snorted coldly, you dare to deceive Colossal Thunder Hall? Admittedly, your intentions are good, and you want to help your fellow apprentice brothers, but this matter cannot be allowed to continue for long. After this matter is over, go to your thunder-shaking palace and receive 30 whips. Do you have any objections? Senior apprentice Sister Xianhua, hearing this, Thunder Tablet Reverend's face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, 30 lashes, isn't that too heavy? Heavy? Junior Brother Lei Meng, if you think it's heavy, then tell me, how should I deal with it? Fairy Xianhua sneered, the Myriad Thunder Valley was deployed by your thunder-shaking palace. You are also responsible for the annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley's lightning. This old one naturally has no right to deal with you. When Sect Master comes out of seclusion, this old one will ask him to punish you. Sigh. Thunder Tablet Reverend sighed. He knew that Fairy Xianhua was currently in a fit of anger and was worried about the tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. At this moment, anyone who made a mistake would be severely punished. Thus, he no longer argued with her. However, thinking about Xiaohua's punishment, Thunder Tablet Reverend unconsciously frowned and looked at Xiaohua with some pity. We have no objections. Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan's faces also changed. They did not expect Fairy Xianhua to be so strict. However, seeing that Thunder Tablet Reverend's pleading was useless, they could only lower their heads and admit their guilt. You all can just stand to the side. Fairy Xianhua no longer paid attention to Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan and Zhuo Minghui. She coldly looked at Xiaohua and asked in an indifferent tone, Xiaohua, you're really something. This old one really did not expect you to be so arrogant. Look at you, it's fine if you don't return to the Imperial Thunder sect, but once you do, you've stirred up the entire sect. This old one let you stay in seclusion in the Myriad Thunder Valley so that you could calm your heart. This is not the great battle of Dao and sword. You are a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect and should properly abide by the rules of my Imperial Thunder sect. In the end, this old one's arrangement actually brought disaster to my Imperial Thunder sect. The Myriad Thunder Valley's lightning was actually annihilated. What do you want this old one to say about you? Back then, when this old one first met you, it was also in the Great Thunder Palace. At that time, you were so humble. Even when you brought back the thunder-devouring bead, you were not arrogant and did not ask for rewards. This old one's impression of you was extremely good. However, look at you now. This old one does not dare to believe that this is the same person. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley's lightning was indeed his fault. He had no choice but to admit it, and there was no need to conceal it. What he could not say was the specific reason. Therefore, Xiaohua bowed and said, this disciple knows his mistake. This disciple neglected his duty and caused the Myriad Thunder Valley's lightning to be annihilated. No need to blame yourself. Fairy Xianhua waved her hand. You still do not have the divine ability to cause the lightning to be annihilated in the Myriad Thunder Valley. You merely neglected your duty. Yes, this disciple understands. this disciple will accept his punishment. Xiao Hua willingly lowered his head. He. Fairy Xianxia sneered and ignored Xiao Hua. Instead, she looked at Thunder Meng Reverend and asked, Junior brother Lei Meng, why don't you tell me what responsibility the person in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley has to bear? What kind of punishment will he receive? Thunder Meng Reverend's expression was indescribably strange. He stared at Xiao Hua for a long while, then said with an emotionless voice, according to the rules set by founder Qian Yun himself, any disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect who guards the Thousand Thunder Mountain, Myriad Thunder Valley and Imperial Thunder Sea must spare no effort to guard the foundation of our Imperial Thunder Sect's formations. Do not have any negligence or wishful thinking. If you discover the slightest abnormality, immediately report it to your Thunder Palace. The palace masters of the various Thunder Palaces who receive the news can, according to the urgency of the matter, report it to the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace, or even directly to the Sect Master of the Great Thunder Palace. If the responsibility of the person in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley and Imperial Thunder Sea causes the formation of our Imperial Thunder Sect to be damaged, depending on the severity of the situation, a light punishment will be to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the Imperial Thunder Sect. A heavy punishment will be to immediately search his soul, and kill him on the spot. Thunder Meng Reverend's words struck Xiao Hua's heart like a bolt from the blue, causing him to almost cry out in surprise. This was really beyond his expectations. He really did not expect that the Myriad Thunder Valley, which had been weak for so many years, would actually have such an important position in its early years. It actually required the founder of the sect, founder Qian Yun, to personally give the order. Furthermore, the punishment for a mistake was so heavy. This kind of punishment was far beyond Xiao Hua's imagination. Junior brother Lei Meng, do you think the annihilation of the Myriad Thunder Valley, which Xiao Hua is currently in charge of, is light or heavy? Fairy Xianxia asked indifferently. Thunder Meng Reverend sighed, replying, naturally extremely heavy to the point of no return. Not only has the Myriad Thunder Valley ceased to exist, even the sect protecting formation of our Imperial Thunder Sect has been affected. However what? Fairy Xianxia continued, however, is the current situation of the Myriad Thunder Valley different from before? Yes. Thunder Meng Reverend's reply was somewhat low, and even very reluctant. Disciple asks Martial Uncle Lei Meng a question. Qian Fengjiu, the palace master of Qian Yun's Thunder Palace, stepped out from the crowd, bowing and asking, what Martial Uncle said just now, was it the words of the founder of our Imperial Thunder Sect himself? Yes. Thunder Meng Reverend's reply was somewhat lower. Then, in all these years, has any sect master of our Imperial Thunder Sect changed this sect law? Qian Fengjiu's voice was equally calm. No. Thunder Meng Reverend's voice was almost inaudible. Disciple has no more questions, many thanks for Martial Uncle Lei Meng's teachings. Qian Fengjiu retreated like the wind. Plop, Xiang Yang, who was at the side, couldn't help but kneel down and say anxiously, I would like to inform all the palace masters that this is the first time Xiao Hua is on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. This is all my fault for not informing Xiao Hua of this rule. He simply does not know the importance of being on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. If you want to pursue responsibility, this junior is willing to share half of it with junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang, when you were on duty for the first time, it was your master who personally told you this sect law, right? Fairy Xianxia asked indifferently. Yes, Xiang Yang was slightly startled, but he still answered honestly. Cui Hongshan, when you were on duty for the first time, it was your master who personally told you this sect law, right? Fairy Xianxia also asked indifferently. Yes, Cui Hongshan was also slightly startled, but looking at Zhuo Minghui, who was at a loss, he still answered. This is the first sect law of the Myriad Thunder Valley, which is above the other sect laws of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It is something that all disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley must remember in their hearts. Fairy Xianxia said, Master told this disciple the sect law to let this disciple understand the importance of the Myriad Thunder Valley. If your master had no choice but to tell this sect law to all of you, and all of you committed a mistake, would you still want your master to bear the responsibility? This. Xiangyang and Shui Hongshan were dumbfounded, they did not dare to nod again. If they really nodded, then even Wu Qi would be implicated. The sect law clearly states that the disciples on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley must bear the responsibility for the changes in the Myriad Thunder Valley, but it does not mean that even the master has to bear the responsibility. Our Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect in the Shi country. We have a complete system of rules and regulations. We will never wrong a good person, and we will never tolerate a bad person. Fairy Xianhua continued, since Xiangyang admitted that he made a mistake in teaching Xiaohua a lesson, then he also has to bear the responsibility. Increase the whip punishment by 30. But if you want to share the blame for Xiaohua, that is absolutely impossible. If this matter were to spread out, it would ruin the reputation of our Imperial Thunder sect. Yes. Xiangyang bit his lips, he did not know how to respond to Fairy Xianhua's explanation. Chapter 3056. At this point, Fairy Xianhua raised her head and said, Junior brother Lei Meng, do you think I'm right? This Myriad Thunder Valley is a subordinate of your Thunderous Palace, and these disciples are also disciples of Thunderous Palace. You have to understand this in your heart. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. Senior Sister Xianhua is right. I have nothing to say. Reverend Lei Meng's voice became softer and softer after several questions. He already understood a lot in his heart, and could only helplessly reply, I still have the same words. Things have changed with the passage of time. The current Imperial Thunder sect is not the Imperial Thunder sect of the past. Some sect laws were extremely suitable in the past, but may not be suitable now. Senior sister, please think more about it. Junior brother Lei Meng, your words may be somewhat reasonable. However, you have to understand, how many sect laws did the founder leave behind? If these sect laws are not followed by us Imperial Thunder sect disciples, then is the Imperial Thunder sect still the Imperial Thunder sect? Who would still remember the founder in their heart? Who would still put the Imperial Thunder sect in their heart? Fairy Xianhua narrowed her eyes and said without any trace of politeness, moreover, let me ask you, can the Myriad Thunder Valley's Myriad Thunder Tide disappear in an instant? There must have been a warning sign long ago, and it has been there for the past 10 days. Why didn't Xiaohua discover it even once? Why didn't he report it even once? My Great Thunder Palace's order was for him to stay in seclusion and guard the Myriad Thunder Valley, not just seclusion. Xiaohua was only in seclusion, and did not assume the responsibility of guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley. If this is not Xiaohua's negligence, then what is it? Especially, the damage to my Imperial Thunder sect caused by the Myriad Thunder Valley's Myriad Thunder annihilation is unknown to Zhuo Minghui, Xiangyang, Cui Hongshan, Xiaohua, but junior brother Lei Meng, how can you not know? Since it has already caused such serious consequences, can't I punish Xiaohua according to the sect laws written by the founder himself? Reverend Lei Meng was speechless. Besides, now that the great battle of Dao and Sword has ended, my Dao sect suffered a great defeat, and the fate of tens of thousands of my Imperial Thunder sect disciples is unknown. Do you think Xiaohua's life is worth the lives of tens of thousands of my Imperial Thunder sect disciples? Even though he's a terrifying phoenix, and even though he's made great contributions in the Dao Sword War, he still has to admit his crimes in front of the Imperial Thunder sect's laws. Not to mention him, even the number one meritorious disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect, junior brother Nameless, has made a mistake here and violated the sect law set by the founder of my Imperial Thunder sect. This old woman will still make him admit his guilt in front of the sect law. If I don't even understand this point and can't even deal with this matter, how can I rack my brains to save the tens of thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect? Fairy Xianhua was impassioned. Even if the tens of thousands of disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect return to the mountain, how can this old woman explain to them the reason why the lightning in Myriad Thunder Valley was annihilated? What did they think of the Imperial Thunder sect that they risked their lives to protect? The honor of the Imperial Thunder sect that was defended with blood? Fine, at this moment, not to mention Thunder Meng Daoist, even Xiaohua was persuaded by Fairy Xianhua. Actually, the annihilation of 10,000 lightning in Myriad Lightning Valley was Xiao Hua's doing. It was just that he couldn't explain it to everyone. Fairy Xianhua's punishment couldn't be considered wrong. It was just that this punishment was really too heavy, so heavy that it was unbearable. Moreover, Xiaohua originally had something to rely on and wanted to reveal his identity as nameless at the crucial moment to cover up his crime. However, after hearing Fairy Xianhua's words, this thought was extinguished. Xiaohua's heart unconsciously turned to ashes. However, after thinking about it again, to first have his soul searched and then be killed, this, no matter who it was, they would hesitate and resist, right? Xiaohua began to steal glances outside the Great Thunder Hall. However, just as Xiaohua's thoughts of fleeing rose, he saw Xiang Yang's figure still kneeling on the ground. Alas, senior brother and junior brother Cui are both so responsible. They know in their hearts that this crime is punishable by death. However, they both rush to plead guilty on my behalf. How can I hastily escape now? Xiaohua sighed with emotion. If I leave and roam free outside Sky Thunder Peak, what about the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley? What about Master and Master's wife? They will definitely be punished because of this. Forget it, forget it. Just as Xiaohua was about to give up, Fairy Xianhua said again, of course, Myriad Thunder Valley belongs to Shocking Thunder Palace and Xiaohua is a disciple of Shocking Thunder Palace. I can't not listen to junior brother Lei Meng's words. After all, I'm not the sect master. Moreover, before the sect master went into seclusion, he wanted us to decide the important issues within the sect together. This matter involves the life and death of the meritorious officials of the great battle of Dao and Sword. I naturally can't be too arbitrary. Hearing this, Lei Meng Daoist's eyes brightened, as if he saw hope. At the same time, hope emerged in the hearts of Xiaohua and the others. This matter will be decided by the 8 great thunder palaces of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Fairy Xianhua looked to the left and right. The 8 great thunder palaces will give their opinions. If more than half of them agree, then I will decide on behalf of the sect master. If not, then escort Xiaohua to Thunder Prison and wait for the sect master to come out of seclusion before making a decision. In addition, since the palace masters of Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace are not here, the 2 palace masters will decide together. Good, Lei Meng Daoist clapped, his eyes shining. Many thanks senior sister Xianhua. No need. Fairy Xianhua said coldly, I've said it before. My Imperial Thunder Sect is a famous sect, and everything has to be done according to the rules. This matter is just me following the rules, so there's no need to thank me. Moreover, on behalf of my Kunlei Palace, regardless of Xiaohua's military exploits, according to the sect law, I agree to soul search Xiaohua and execute him immediately. Lei Meng Daoist bit his lips and looked at the palace masters of Qianlei Palace. In a short while, the palace masters of Qianlei Palace unanimously agreed with Fairy Xianhua's opinion. What about Canlei Palace? Lei Meng Daoist looked at Canlei Palace, which also had no palace master. In his heart, Canlei Palace had no conflict with Xiaohua and would not make a decision like Qianlei Palace and push Xiaohua into the abyss. Unfortunately, Canlei Palace's decision was just as quick. In a short while, they also had an answer. This answer was even more out of Lei Meng Daoist's expectation. All the palace masters of Canlei Palace also agreed to kill Xiaohua. This is bad. Lei Meng Daoist sucked in a breath of cold air and said to himself, didn't Reverend Miyu also fall into Sky Patrol City? I'm afraid these palace masters of Canlei Palace are venting their anger on Xiaohua. Now, there were already 3 lightning palaces that wanted to kill Xiaohua. If one more lightning palace agreed, Lei Meng Daoist did not dare to think further. Fortunately, at this moment, Fairy Xian Feng of Mythical Thunder Palace said, I feel that although Xiaohua made a mistake, his mistake is not to the point of death. Of course, he can avoid death, but he can't escape punishment. Senior sister Xianhua, please be magnanimous. I don't agree to kill Xiaohua. Phew, Lei Meng Daoist's hanging heart could finally relax a little. He anxiously looked at Lei Tingzi of Xuanlei Palace. Among the 8 palace masters, Lei Tingzi was the palace master who rarely spoke. Whenever he spoke, even Xianlei master would have to think for a moment. Lei Tingzi said indifferently, "Senior sister Xian Feng's words are reasonable. Xiaohua's crime is not to the point of death." Good. Lei Meng Daoist almost wanted to clap his hands. Unfortunately, his heart sank again. Because Lei Tingzi continued, "But the law of the clan is the law of the clan. In front of the law of the clan, regardless of status or cultivation level, it is what the secular people often say. If a prince commits a crime, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Moreover, this is the law of the clan personally written by the founding ancestor of my Imperial Thunder sect. I agree with senior sister Xianhua's opinion. Kill Xiaohua, uphold the law of the clan, raise morale, and inspire Imperial Thunder sect." What about Zhenlei Palace? Lei Meng Daoist looked at Zhen Yunzi. Disciple will express his opinion first. Without waiting for Zhen Yunzi to speak, Dui Jia of Dui Lei Palace hurriedly said, "Disciple feels that, although Xiaohua committed a mistake, it was ultimately unintentional. His cultivation level is shallow, having just reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. Originally, he was barely able to guard Myriad Thunder Valley. With his cultivation level, he might not be able to detect the signs of changes in Myriad Thunder Valley. Therefore, even if he had the heart to be loyal to his duty, he had the heart but was powerless. What's more, the deep relationship between master and disciple in the Myriad Thunder Valley and the deep brotherhood between brothers has moved this disciple's heart even more. Today, even though he clearly knew that he was going to die, he still braced himself and calmly took his place. Isn't this the righteousness that our Imperial Thunder sect usually talks about? Such a righteous person was killed just like that. Not only is it a loss for our Imperial Thunder sect, but it is also a loss for our Dao sect and the Dawn Rain continent. Can Palace Lord Dui's opinion represent the entire Imperial Thunder sect? Qian Fengju of Qian Thunder Palace was also a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Although he was not a Palace Lord, he was not too afraid of Dui Jia and said indifferently, "Palace Lord Dui, you should speak your opinion." Audacious. When this Palace Lord is speaking, what right do you have to speak? Dui Jia was furious. Palace Lord Xianfengju, why aren't you apologizing to Palace Lord Dui? Fairy Xianhua also scolded unhappily. Yes, Palace Lord Dui. Disciple has some resentment in his heart because he thought of the tens of thousands of disciples who died in Sky Patrol City. Disciple spoke rudely because of that. I hope Palace Lord Dui can forgive me. Qian Fengju was afraid of Fairy Xianhua and hurriedly bowed to apologize. Dui Jia sneered and ignored him. She looked at Lei Tan Immortal and said, "Disciple agrees with senior sister Xian Feng's opinion. Xiaohua should be dealt with lightly." Good. Both Xiaohua and Xiangyang had tears in their eyes. They seemed to have seen the hope of survival. On the contrary, Lei Tan Immortal was not relaxed. He looked at the palace lords of Qian Thunder Palace and Canlei Palace and frowned slightly as if he was thinking of something. Zhen Yunzi was a little embarrassed. He glanced at Dui Jia and nodded. What senior martial sister Wanfeng and junior martial sister Dui Jia said is reasonable. After all, Xiaohua didn't do it on purpose. It can even be said that he didn't have any ability to save himself. If we punish him for a serious crime, it would be unfair. I also suggest that Xiaohua redeem himself by meritorious service and be dealt with lightly. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua's face did not conceal his joy. Now the situation was 4 against 3. Including Lei Tan Immortal of Qian Thunder Palace who had not spoken, it was definitely a 50-50 chance. According to Fairy Xianhua, she could not kill him at this time. Instead, she could only send him to Thunder Prison and wait for Master Qian Lei to come out of seclusion. Thinking of what he had done for Imperial Thunder Sect and his identity as a nascent soul nameless, Xiaohua could already foresee the prospect of Master Qian Lei pardoning him. Naturally, Zhuo Minghui, Xiangyang, and Cui Hongshan were overjoyed. Chapter 3057. However, at this moment, when everyone in Myriad Thunder Valley felt that the outcome was already decided, Thunder Meng Daoist's words threw everyone into the abyss. Xiaohua. Thunder Meng Daoist asked, I remember you received the sect master's special pardon order during the Dao Sword War? Yes. Xiaohua stared blankly, somewhat puzzled. Do you still have it with you? Thunder Meng Daoist asked kindly. Yes, Xiaohua said, taking out the sect master's special pardon order without hesitation. Good. Seeing the special pardon order, Thunder Meng Daoist relaxed and said loudly, I also agree with Fairy Xianhua's opinion. Immediately search Xiaohua's soul and execute him according to the sect's rules. However, since Xiaohua has the sect master's special pardon order, no matter what serious crime, as long as it is not an unforgivable crime, he can be spared. Therefore, I suggest that Xiaohua be stripped of his identity as a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect and be expelled from Sky Thunder Peak. What? Not only was Xiaohua dumbfounded, all the palace masters and hall masters in Great Thunder Palace were also dumbfounded. No one would have thought that, in the end, when Xiaohua was about to be lightly punished, Thunder Palace's Thunder Meng Daoist, who had always been protecting Xiaohua, actually pushed Xiaohua out and suggested that Xiaohua be expelled from Imperial Thunder Sect. Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. With Thunder Meng Daoist's betrayal, it was already 5 against 3. There was absolutely no possibility of a comeback. Xiaohua, Thunder Meng Daoist said indifferently, Fairy Xianhua is right. The sect's rules are the sect's rules. You made a mistake, no matter what excuse you have, it is still a mistake. Since it is a mistake, you have to bear it yourself. The sect's rules are also very clear. The light punishment is crippling your cultivation and expelling you from Imperial Thunder Sect. The heavy punishment is death on the spot. You have the sect master's special pardon order and can avoid the most important punishment, but the lightest punishment is still expulsion from Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if I want to help you, I can't avoid the sect's rules. If we can avoid the sect's rules, how can our Imperial Thunder Sect become a sect? Don't you think so? Xiaohua was really speechless. After all, he really did make a mistake. After all, he has to bear this responsibility. Senior Sister Xianhua, do you agree with what I said? Lei Meng Daoist raised his head and looked at Fairy Xianhua with indifferent eyes. His eyes also swept across the palace masters of Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace. Apparently, Fairy Xianhua had forgotten that Xiaohua had received a special pardon from the sect leader. Now that she heard Thunder Tablet Reverend mention it, she understood that with this object, she would not be able to take Xiaohua's life or even abolish his cultivation base. After pondering for a moment, Fairy Xianhua nodded and said, It is rare for Thunder Tablet Reverend to be so selfless as to take the words of the founding ancestor of our Imperial Thunder Sect to heart. If no one else has any objections, then this is the decision. Naturally, there were many palace masters from Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace who were unhappy about this, but under the gaze of Reverend Thunder Meng and Fairy Yao Feng, they all shut their mouths obediently. All right. After waiting for a moment, seeing that no one spoke, Fairy Xianhua opened her mouth and said, Xiaohua, a disciple of Thunder Quake Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley, neglected his duty and did not report the abnormality in Myriad Thunder Valley in time. As a result, Myriad Thunder Valley was annihilated and caused a great loss to our Imperial Thunder Sect. According to founding ancestor Qianyan's instructions, Xiaohua should be killed on the spot. However, in view of Xiaohua's outstanding military service in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, the current sect leader Qianlei Master bestowed a special pardon to spare his life and not abolish his cultivation base. The special pardon will be revoked and he will be expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua, do you have any objections? Fairy Xianhua finished speaking and looked at Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart was empty, as if he had suddenly become a child without a home. Everything in front of him was a blur. Hearing Fairy Xianhua's words, he nodded blankly. He did not know how to answer. All right, in that case. Xiaohua, I'll give you 6 hours to say goodbye to your old friends in the Myriad Thunder Valley. All of your spirit stones, elixirs, and cultivation technique jade slips must be left in the Myriad Thunder Valley. When you descend from the Sky Thunder Peak, the patrolling disciples will check your storage pouch. You are not allowed to take anything from the Imperial Thunder sect out of the Sky Thunder Peak. Fairy Xianxia said again, after 6 hours, you will no longer be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If you appear in the vicinity of the Sky Thunder Peak, all of the disciples are allowed to kill you. Yes. Xiaohua nodded blankly and looked at Zhuo Minghui blankly. Zhuo Minghui's tears flowed down. She covered her mouth with her right hand and sobbed softly, not daring to make a sound. You can go back and wait. Fairy Xianxia said indifferently. She seemed a little tired, then turned her head and said, Palace guards, take away the special pardon from Xiaohua. In addition, quickly send people to the Sky Patrol City to investigate the news of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. She then looked at Lei Meng Daoist and Zhen Yunzi and said, once this matter is over, we need to quickly discuss how to deal with the Sky Patrol City. While speaking, a palace guard came in from outside the Great Thunder Hall, taking away the Sect Master's special pardon medallion from Xiaohua's hands. Just as he was about to lead the three of them away, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something at this moment, asking urgently, this Xiao has been expelled from the sect, then what about my life spirit tablet? Don't worry about it, fellow Daoist Xiao. The palace guard said softly, Palace Master has already given the order. The order to expel disciples was first sent to the Jade Archive Hall. They will return the life spirit tablet to fellow Daoist Xiao when you leave the Sky Thunder Peak. Xiaohua nodded slightly and followed the palace guard out of the Great Thunder Hall in a daze. When Zhuo Minghui and the other two accompanied Xiaohua to the sky and hurriedly flew towards the Myriad Thunder Valley, the palace guard sighed and withdrew his sympathetic gaze. Zhuo Minghui and the rest of the four remained silent for the time it took to smoke a whole pack of cigarettes. Eldest senior brother. Suddenly, Xiaohua asked as if he was in a dream, little brother. Little brother isn't dreaming, right? However, without waiting for Xiangyang to answer, Xiaohua said to himself, all of this really seems like a dream. I really hope that when I return to the Myriad Thunder Valley, this long dream will wake me up. Little brother is still in the Myriad Thunder Valley, and Myriad Thunder is roaring. Oh, no, little brother would rather not go to the Myriad Thunder Valley and stay in the valley to cultivate with Li, and the others. Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Xiaohua let out a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. He looked at Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan and said, eldest senior brother, junior brother Cui, thank you so much for just now. This Xiao didn't think that this Myriad Thunder Valley was actually so important that the two of you could still risk your lives. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua was somewhat choked up and was unable to continue. That's right, this kind of true love, even if they were blood brothers, was nothing more than this. Although they were brothers under the same master, apart from cultivation, short experiences, and short battles, Xiaohua and the two of them didn't interact for a long time. Even when compared to those so-called sworn brothers who pledged their undying love, Xiaohua was still greatly moved by the fact that Xiangyang and Cui Hongshan were willing to sacrifice their lives for him under such circumstances. Putting himself in their shoes, Xiaohua asked himself, under the circumstances of having a child and a lovely wife, Xiaohua would still be hesitant. How could he be compared to Cui Hongshan's prompt decision? He couldn't be compared to Xiangyang's swift and decisive action. Xiangyang smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, junior brother Xiao is now the backbone of my Myriad Thunder Valley. With you, there is also my Myriad Thunder Valley. How can this elder brother let you go and accept your punishment? Of course, this elder brother also didn't know that the punishment was actually so heavy. Right now, this elder brother's heart is also panicking. How could Xiaohua believe Xiangyang's words? Now, he already knew the meaning behind Cui Hongshan's gaze when he left the Myriad Thunder Valley. It was absolute, it was an eternal farewell. Even Cui Hongshan knew the consequences, how could Xiangyang not know? However, the current Xiaohua didn't want to say anything. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth again and said, "Master's wife, bring me to the place where Master is in seclusion to take a look." No matter what, although this disciple is useless, I am still Master's disciple. Now that this disciple is leaving, it's better to say goodbye to him. Then, he said in self-mockery, "Fortunately, Master is in seclusion now. Out of sight, out of mind. If he was here today, he would definitely kill this useless disciple of mine on the spot, right?" Zhuo Minghui had been enduring all this while, but at this time, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she grabbed Xiaohua's hand and hugged his head in her arms. She cried, "Child, you are the most capable disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley. Although your master has always blamed you, you also know his suffering. He is resentful that you don't live up to his expectations. Don't blame him. No matter if he beat or scolded you, it's for your own good. That day when he heard that you and Hongshan died at Jinquan Mountain, you didn't know his sorrow. It was precisely because of this that he went into seclusion. It was because he wanted to avenge the two of you after he reached Jindan. The reason why he couldn't come out of seclusion for so long. It was because of this knot in his heart. It was because he felt that he had let you down. Even when you became his disciple, he didn't teach you much." Boom! Zhuo Minghui's words struck Xiaohua like a bolt of lightning. That's right, he never understood why he couldn't come out of seclusion for more than 10 years. And Zhuo Minghui never said anything. Wasn't it because of his and Cui Hongshan's deaths? Wasn't this knot in his heart the natural mote that caused him to helplessly condense his Jindan? "Mistress!" Xiaohua cried, "If it wasn't for this disciple being too willful, Junior Marshal Brother Cui wouldn't have encountered such danger, and Master wouldn't have gone into seclusion like this. This disciple also wouldn't have fallen to such a state. That's right, some things, some people, although very important to you, you might not necessarily pay attention to them. Perhaps these things have already accompanied you for several years, or even several decades, but you have never paid attention to them. Because you feel that they are there. Regardless of whether you look at them or not, they will always love you and protect you. But once you lose them, you will realize that once you lose them, your life will immediately become inferior, immediately become dim. And only when you lose them, will you know their position in your heart. Chapter 3058. Helplessness went into seclusion. This was something Xiaohua knew the moment he returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, Xiaohua had never thought of going to the place where helplessness went into seclusion to pay him a visit. Perhaps it was because he was rather busy. He went straight to Great Thunder Hall as soon as he returned, and before he could finish telling Xiang Zhili and the others about the great battle of Dao and Sword, he was forced to leave the Imperial Thunder Sect. When he returned from the Imperial Thunder Sect, he immediately went to the Thunder Arena with the Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples without resting in his abode. A few days after the Thunder Arena, he merely gave Wu Qing and the others some pointers in their cultivation, and was immediately punished by Great Thunder Hall to go into seclusion. This seclusion was once again annihilated by lightning, and today, he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect by Great Thunder Hall. All these things were connected one by one, like a violent storm. However, did Xiaohua not have time to go to the place where helplessness went into seclusion to pay him a visit? It was only within the Imperial Thunder Sect, near the myriad Thunder Valley, so how far could it be? An hour should be enough, right? How could Xiaohua not have this hour of free time? At worst, Xiaohua could at least ask where helplessness went into seclusion, right? However, Xiaohua did not do any of these. It was only now, with only 6 hours left, that he thought of his most important master in the Imperial Thunder Sect. It was not that Xiaohua did not think of it, but that there was a kind of resistance in his heart, a kind of fear, unwilling to see this master who often lectured him. Xiaohua was no longer young, and had long passed the age of believing in tears, but when Zhuo Minghui called him child, he could not hold back his tears. Master's wife. Cui Hongshan's eyes were also red, and he said in a low voice, "Second senior brother, there are only 6 hours left. Although Master's seclusion is in the myriad Thunder Valley, it's not close. You Right. Zhua Minghui wiped her tears, nodding. Xiangyang, return to the Myriad Thunder Valley first, and tell Qing Lian and the others about this. Xiaohua probably won't have time to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Pack up his things, take everything that should be taken. Leave it with you first. In addition, have Wu Qing and the others go to Sky Thunder Peak, we'll send Xiaohua out. There's also Xue Xue, Sun Shu. Cui Hongshan reminded her in a low voice. No need. Xiaohua hurriedly. Xue should be in seclusion. Don't disturb her. Sun Shu? It's only 6 hours, she won't be able to make it to Sky Thunder Peak. When he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out 2 jade bottles. He passed them to Cui Hongshan and said, these are for Martial Uncle Zhen Qing from Zhenlei Palace. Take it and send it to him when you have the time. Apart from Master, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing has shown me great kindness. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan took it and reminded, Senior brother, give me the storage bag as well. I'll give it to Senior brother when we leave Sky Thunder Peak. No need. Xiaohua waves his hand, there's nothing in this storage bag of yours. That's right, eldest senior brother, you don't have to pack my things. Little brother will leave that immortal's cave to Li. How can that be? Xiangyang said anxiously, now, everything in the Myriad Thunder Valley is yours. This is all your reward. Now that you're all alone, or to put it bluntly, you're a rogue cultivator. These spirit stones and other items are exactly what you need. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua cracked a smile, even if little brother is a rogue cultivator, I'm still the rogue cultivator with the highest cultivation. What do these spirit stones count for? As long as little brother wants them, I can get them at any time. Hee, that's true. Cui Hongshan couldn't help but say, with senior brother's cultivation, even the most famous rogue cultivator in the country of Shi, Elder Hundred Zhang, can't compare to senior brother, right? Go quickly. Zhua Minghui waves her hand and says, Xiaohua doesn't need them now. If you need them in the future, send me a message at any time. Although he's no longer a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Myriad Thunder Valley will always be his home. Yes, disciple understands. Xiangyang didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly flew away. Zhua Minghui and Cui Hongshan took Xiaohua to another place. After another hour, they arrived at a mountain ridge not too close to the Myriad Thunder Valley. It was a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense. The mountain forest was quiet, with the crisp cries of immortal birds. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and understood that it was a good place for him to go into seclusion and condense his core. Over there. Cui Hongshan pointed at a low cliff. Needless to say, it was a concealment illusory formation. Xiaohua flew to this place and stared straight at the illusory formation. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, he landed on the opposite side of the cliff and knelt on the ground. He firmly kowtowed 3 times and said in a low voice, Master, disciple is unfilial. In the Dao Sword Great Battle, disciple admittedly gained a lot of face for you, but I also brought great trouble to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Now, disciple even brought a calamity to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect by the Great Thunder Palace. I'm afraid that in Master's eyes, disciple is also an eternal scar. After Master comes out of seclusion, don't be angry. Just treat it as if you've never taken in disciple. Sigh, at the side, Zhua Minghui sighed. After a little investigation, they flew toward the next teleportation formation. The greedy Xiaohua actually escaped the pursuit of two nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators because of a thought. It had to be said that this was a miracle. Xiaohua chased after the communication talisman for a while. Seeing that the communication talisman was heading straight in a direction, Xiaohua did not chase after it. As long as the general direction was correct, that female cultivator called Ruo Taohong would definitely come out to welcome him. Thus, he unconsciously looked at the surrounding mountains with interest. He saw that the mountains near Qianhong Mountain were not high, and the undulations were not big. Under the warm sunlight, the mountains were covered with green grass and green trees, which were quite pleasing to the eye. From time to time, there would be the sound of a stream, but it was covered by the vegetation and could not be seen. It was precisely because of this tranquility that Xiaohua could hear the cries of birds and the roars of beasts from time to time, which made him feel even more comfortable. Alas, the Dao sword war has been going on for more than 10 years. I have never calmed down to cultivate, and even this kind of leisure is rare. When Jiang Luer is awakened, even if I can't bring Fairy Hongxia and Xue Xue out, I will have to calm down. The home that we Dao sect cultivators fought so hard to protect should be appreciated. As he looked at the nameless and beautiful scenery, he closed his eyes and listened to the ordinary and moving sounds of nature. Xiaohua's slightly cold and desolate heart slowly calmed down. The gloominess in his heart also slowly disappeared, and an ethereal state of mind slowly appeared. That's right, the path to the heavenly Dao is long and long. Whether it is Yellow Flower Ridge, Heaven Forsaken, Golden Mount Hua, or Imperial Thunder Sect, they are all small relay stations. If I pass them, then I pass them. It is just like fate. Before this Shao, there are still the ruins of the Buddhist sect and the Fortune Gate. Which one of them is not beautiful? Even if it is Meng Mountain, it is still beyond the Imperial Thunder Sect's reach, right? Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. No matter how much the pitch-black light on it flashed, no matter how loud the buzzing sound was, it still could not be suppressed by even half an inch. You. Shi Wuming's small eyes widened as he looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. The magic around him surged again. Go. Xiaohua sneered. With a wave of his hand, the huge mace appeared in his hand. Wang. A shrill sound rang out. Boom. It was precisely the sound of the mace hitting the seal. Woo. The fan seal let out a mournful wail and soared into the sky. Xiaohua could even hear a crack in his ears. The fan seal, under Shi Wuming's shocked gaze and his face instantly turned red, flew hundreds of feet away and crashed into the sea of crimson flowers. The force of the impact was so great that the entire mountain trembled slightly. It was like a stone falling into the water. Xiaohua waved the mace in his hand and coldly said, "Old Ghost Shi, today I will settle old scores with you." As he spoke, Xiaohua flew up and attacked Shi Wuming, who was not too far away. At this moment, another cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment swept over with his divine sense. At the same time, an anxious voice sounded, "Shi Wuming, if you dare to hurt my guest, don't ever think of seeing me again. Peach Blossom, save me." Out of Xiaohua's expectations, Shi Wuming suddenly flew up and shouted, "Where did you find such a powerful gigolo?" "Humph, trying to escape." Xiaohua sneered. He seemed to have understood something. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua used the heaven and earth sleeve again. Shi Wuming was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could he escape from the attack of a nascent soul cultivator? His hands and feet flailed in the air, but he could not move an inch. When he realized how weak he was, Shi Wuming's face immediately changed to fear. He stood in the air dejectedly, not daring to take any chances. Shi Wuming. When the female cultivator in the pink robe landed in the air, she looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming. Her face was filled with astonishment. "Shut up. Seeing that trouble was about to come to him, Xiaohua said indifferently, "This Xiao only came to your 1,000 Red Mountain to take back the few demonic weapons you promised me when I exchanged the rejuvenation pill with you. And this Xiao only thought of it when I was passing by. If you don't want to fulfill your promise, this Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao will take his leave now." "What? The rejuvenation pill? You exchanged it with her? You came for those demonic weapons?" Shi Wuming was stunned. "Nonsense." Xiao Hua looked coldly at this somewhat eccentric old man and said, "The treasures in your eyes may not be treasures in this Xiao's eyes. How many female cultivators are chasing after this Xiao? I bet you can't even count them with your fingers. Would this Xiao compete with you for a woman's affection?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body flashed with thunder, and it looked like he was about to leave. "Io, fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be impatient." Ruo Taohong was anxious and hurriedly smiled. "This concubine can't stand seeing old devil Shi compete with you for a woman's affection, so I purposely made him angry. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't blame me. In addition, other than the demonic weapons in this concubine's cave, old devil Shi also has some demonic weapons that he can trade with fellow Daoist. And that old devil Mo has the same thing as last time, a demonic bamboo slip that he can trade with fellow Daoist." Chapter 3067. Oh. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat when he heard that there were other demonic slips. He stopped and asked, "Fellow Daoist Ruo, please don't lie to me." "Of course not, of course not." When Shi Wuming heard that Xiao Hua was not Ruo Taohong, he smiled and said, "Didn't you see my demonic tool last time in Jianghu City? This time it's much more than last time, and the cost is even lower." Eh? Ruo Taohong was stunned and pointed at Xiao Hua. "Shi Wuming. Is fellow Daoist Xiao the one who bought your demonic tool last time in Jianghu City?" "Hee, that's right, that's right." Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and winked at Xiao Hua, as if trying to please him. However, Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that Shi Wuming was not trying to get close to him because of his high cultivation level. There must be other reasons. Sure enough, before Xiao Hua could think further, Ruo Taohong revealed the truth. "That's not right." Ruo Taohong realized and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that the one who bought your demonic tool was a Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivator? But you said that Xiao Hua was only a second-stage qi refining stage cultivator. How could he have dozens of top-grade spirit stones?" This. Shi Wuming's expression changed and he smiled. If fellow Daoist Xiao was only a second-stage qi refining stage cultivator, how could he be a Foundation Establishment middle late-stage qi refining stage cultivator? Then, he winked at Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't lie for him. Instead he asked curiously, "Old devil Shi, you first, what is going on inside?" It's like this." Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and explained the whole story in embarrassment. It was actually very simple. Back then, Shi Wuming and another Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator, Mo Shan, were both interested in Ruo Taohong of 1,000 Red Mountain. The three of them had been entangled for more than 10 or 20 years. In the end, the three of them could not take it anymore and came up with an idea. Ruo Taohong pointed out 2 places for Shi Wuming and Mo Shan to go to these 2 places. Whoever could trade one of their demonic tools and return to 1,000 Red Mountain first, Ruo Taohong would agree to dual cultivate with that person. Of course, during this process, everyone swore a blood oath that they would definitely follow the instructions. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the magic artifact and die. In the end, Shi Wuming won and Mo Shan lost. From then on, Shi Wuming could confidently come to 1,000 Red Mountain. However, although Ruo Taohong agreed to perform dual cultivation with Shi Wuming, they never held a dual cultivation ceremony. Instead, they requested that the ceremony be held only after Shi Wuming reached the Jindan stage. Shi Wuming was already in the late stage of Foundation Establishment, so he was not too far away from the Jindan stage. Since Mo Shan would not disturb them, it did not matter whether there was a dual cultivation ceremony or not. But who would have thought that more than 10 years ago, Ruo Taohong made a trip to Sky Patrol City and returned to her youthfulness. She was the charming peach blossom lady of the past. This time, not only was she Wuming moved, even Mo Shan was drooling over her. Hence, the number of people who came for her increased. Today, Shi Wuming was talking to Ruo Taohong about the dual cultivation ceremony. When he was rejected by Ruo Taohong, he saw a message from Xiaohua. Ruo Taohong saw the message and immediately left Shi Wuming and went into the cave to dress up. Shi Wuming was naturally enraged. He rushed out of the cave and wanted to kill Xiaohua. Hearing Shi Wuming's words, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. No wonder Qi refining disciples are so afraid of foundation establishment cultivators and always treat them with respect. If my cultivation was not high enough, I'm afraid that just because of this misunderstanding, my life would have been taken. He, Shi Wuming saw Xiaohua's unfriendly expression and quickly bowed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this old man was wrong. But since you and I are old friends, I hope you can forgive this old man. Xiaohua understood that Shi Wuming was afraid that he would expose his actions. Of course, Shi Wuming's devil spear was indeed good and had saved his life several times. Speaking of which, Xiaohua also had to thank Shi Wuming. Hence, he nodded and said, in that case, this Xiao agrees. Our grievances are over. Thank you, thank you. Shi Wuming was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong asked unhappily, then what happened in Jianghu City that year? Xiaohua laughed and before Ruo Taohong could finish, he interrupted her. Fellow Daoist Ruo, it's been so many years. No matter what the truth is, fellow Daoist has already agreed to what you should have agreed to and rejected what you should have rejected. Is the truth still important? That's right, that's right. Shi Wuming laughed. You've already made a blood oath. As soon as this old man condensed his core, you'll immediately hold the dual cultivation ceremony with this old man. At this point, Shi Wuming solemnly said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, when the time comes, this old man and my wife will definitely send you an invitation. Fellow Daoist, you must honor us. Ha! Xiaohua laughed, but didn't express any opinion. Ruo Taohong knew Shi Wuming's character and knew that something unpleasant would happen. She glared at Shi Wuming and said angrily, this old woman hasn't done dual cultivation with you yet. Where did this wife come from? She then smiled at Xiaohua and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. It's rare for you to come to Thousand Red Mountain. Please come to my cave for a chat. Fellow Daoist, please. Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Ruo Taohong led the way while Xiaohua followed behind. Shi Wuming followed behind with a smile on his face. After flying for a while, he saw a mountain ridge where his magic weapon was shot down. He smiled embarrassedly and flew over to retrieve his magic weapon. Ruo Taohong and Xiaohua ignored this guy and flew towards a cave in Thousand Red Mountain. Ruo Taohong's cave was in the middle of a field of flowers. The entrance of the cave was blocked by hundreds and thousands of short, crooked peach trees. The branches of each peach tree were covered with bright red peach blossoms. The peach blossoms pressed down on the branches until they were bent. Dozens of fist-sized unknown spirit sparrows flew among the peach blossoms, adding a lot of vitality to the cave. In front of the abode, there were several children, both male and female. Some held flower baskets in their hands while others held feather fans. They wore bright Daoist robes as they stood there in an orderly manner. When they saw Xiaohua and Ruo Taohong land, they all had respectful expressions as they greeted them in a clear and melodious voice. It gave off the feeling of an immortal abode. Looking around, Xiaohua was puzzled and asked, Fellow Daoist Ruo, you're the only cultivator in Thousand Red Mountain. Didn't you say it was a small sect? Fellow Daoist Xiao, my Thousand Red Mountain naturally can't be compared to your Imperial Thunder sect. Ruo Taohong invited Xiaohua into the cave and explained, however, my Thousand Red Mountain also has thousands of disciples. Oh. Where are they? This Xiao doesn't seem to have seen your Thousand Red Mountain's sect protection formation. Xiaohua said curiously. Hee, this cave is just one of my side residences. It's not within the Thousand Red Mountains formation. Ruo Taohong said with a smile, although I also have a cave residence within the Thousand Red Mountains formation, I'm just a consecrator of the Thousand Red Mountain. My usual residence is here and not within the Thousand Red Mountain. Oh. There's such a consecrator? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Of course. Ruo Taohong said with a smile, this kind of thing is naturally not common in a large sect like your Imperial Thunder sect. However, it's common in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain. At this point, a trace of loneliness appeared on Ruo Taohong's face and she explained, actually, I was originally a disciple of the Splendid sect and had nothing to do with the Thousand Red Mountain. However, because I made a big mistake, I was driven out of the sect by the Splendid sect. Originally, they wanted to abolish my cultivation, but I made a certain contribution to the Splendid sect, so I was lucky enough to keep my cultivation. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was stunned in his heart. Without the Splendid sect, I'm considered a rogue cultivator. Ruo Taohong said with a bitter smile, but I'm a female cultivator. If I were to rely on my identity as a rogue cultivator, I wouldn't be able to cultivate normally. I had no choice but to find a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain and become their consecrator and their disciple. However, I don't usually need to go to the sect. Only when the Thousand Red Mountain has some errands, I'll go back to the sect to deal with them. Usually, all the spirit stones, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods are consecrated by the Thousand Red Mountain. Oh, so it's like this. Xiao Hua understood and asked again, then, your natal spirit tablet is also in the Thousand Red Mountain? Hee, of course. Ruo Taohong said with a smile, unless I cultivate to the Gold Core realm or my husband is a Gold Core realm, the Thousand Red Mountain will return my natal spirit tablet to me. Hee, I understand. Xiao Hua also knew why Ruo Taohong had to learn the nameless core condensation technique before dual cultivating with him. Fellow Daoist, please sit. After entering the cave, Ruo Taohong invited Xiao Hua to take a seat and said with a smile, actually, being a consecrator in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain is also very good. Usually, there won't be any big matters. If I need anything, I'll have the servant bring it to the Thousand Red Mountain sect master. The sect master will satisfy me according to the Thousand Red Mountain's ability. Xiao Hua sat down and asked with a smile, if someone comes to the Thousand Red Mountain to provoke or attack, fellow Daoist Ruo will have to represent the Thousand Red Mountain to fight, right? Of course. Not only that, but I will also have to appear when the Thousand Red Mountain fights are involved. Ruo Taohong sat down and answered, however, the sect master of the Thousand Red Mountain isn't very ambitious. He only wants to defend himself, so I don't have to work too hard. Immediately, Ruo Taohong ordered the servant to put down spirit fruits and spirit wine. Not long after, Shi Wuming also returned. Xiao Hua politely ate a few spirit fruits but didn't drink the spirit wine. After casually chatting for a while, Ruo Taohong asked a few more questions about the Great Dao Sword War. Xiao Hua said, fellow Daoist Ruo, I didn't come here to ask you to fulfill your promise, but since you're here, it's fine. Ruo Taohong smiled and said, that day, I took your rejuvenation pill. Those demonic tools and demonic slips can't compare to the value of the rejuvenation pill. If you didn't come, I was thinking of going to the Imperial Thunder sect to give them the demonic tools. Now that you're here, I won't have to make an extra trip. As she spoke, Ruo Taohong took out a storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiao Hua. I saw fellow Daoist Zhao's message talisman and went to the inner cave to prepare these demonic tools. Who would have thought that I would be misunderstood by others? Seeing Ruo Taohong's glare, Shi Wuming shrunk his neck. He really did misunderstand her. Chapter 3068. Xiao Hua took the storage pouch and looked at the many demonic weapons inside. He smiled and cupped his hands, fellow Daoist Ruo. There are so many demonic weapons in this storage pouch. This is beyond my expectations. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Ruo Taohong looked at Xiao Hua and then at Shi Wuming. The two exchanged glances and said, "Actually, I still have something to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao." "Oh? Please speak." Xiao Hua kept the storage pouch and smiled. Chirp chirp. A clear chirp of a bird came from outside the cave and a message talisman in the shape of a flying bird flew to Ruo Taohong's eyes. "Hee, Mo Shan is here." Ruo Taohong took the message talisman and pointed at it. A dark red jade talisman fell into her hand. Just in time. "After fellow Daoist Xiao changes his Mo bamboo slip, I will discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao." "All right." Xiao Hua was looking forward to Mo Shan's Mo bamboo slip and nodded. Not long after, under the guidance of a boy, a similarly thin old man with a yellowish complexion and a pair of small eyes walked into the cave residence. Moreover, this old man's gaze swept across the room. When he saw Xiao Hua, he actually had a trace of vigilance like Shi Wuming. He even looked at Shi Wuming and Ruo Taohong with an ambiguous gaze. "Who is this?" Mo Shan did not bother with formalities and asked rudely. As he spoke, he walked to a jade chair and acted as if he was in his own cave. Cough cough, Ruo Taohong coughed and said, "Mo Shan, take a good look at this fellow Daoist. Don't you recognize him?" "Oh. Do I need to recognize him?" Mo Shan had already sat down and reached out to grab a spiritual fruit from the jade plate beside Shi Wuming. He took a big bite and said coldly. However, he still obediently looked at Xiao Hua and curled his lips. He then asked Shi Wuming, "Old devil Shi, is this your new opponent? Although I have already backed out of the agreement, Taohong still refuses to dual cultivate with you. Is it because of this little white face?" Xiao Hua looked at the three with a bitter smile. The emotional entanglement of these three seemed to be different from that of Zhen Qing, Sun Qian and Chen Yi. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ruo Taohong said angrily, "This is fellow Daoist Xiao Hua of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and he's also a member of the first group in the Dao sect's meeting hall during the Dao sword battle. It is precisely because of his outstanding military exploits, who knows how many sword cultivators have died at his hands." "Oh." Mo Shan, who was in the middle of swallowing the spirit fruit, was taken aback. He looked at Xiao Hua up and down in shock. Then, he curled his lips and threw the spirit fruit into his mouth again. He chewed with big bites and even crushed the core. Finally, he said in a strange tone, "The Great Dao Sword War?" The disciples of the various cultivation sects had just finished singing their praises and entered the stage. One by one, they seized the battle merits and distributed the spirit stone veins of the three cultivation countries, squeezing us small sects to the point where we had no place to go. "I don't care if you're from the Imperial Thunder sect or the Splendid sect. What does that have to do with me? Old monster Mo, how can you not care about the great war of Dao and sword?" Shi Wuming laughed. "Now that I have Taohong to accompany me, you're all alone. You should find something to do to pass the time." Mo Shan rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Accompany? How can she accompany you? Why don't you hurry up and send this gigolo away? If you let him stay here for a few more hours, you won't even be able to enter this abode." Strangely, Shi Wuming did not bicker with Mo Shan like before. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I can't enter, then I can't enter. Anyway, I've already been here, and you haven't even entered." Shi Wuming's words seemed to have a double meaning, and Taohong's face instantly turned red. Just as she was about to get angry, Xiao Hua glanced at the three of them and felt bored. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Daoist Shi, you said you have some demonic tools. Can you show them to me?" "Of course." Shi Wuming looked at Mo Shan and the defeated rooster. His two small eyes widened, but he could not refute himself. He proudly pulled out two storage pouches from his waist and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened it and took a look. There were indeed many strange demon artifacts inside. Some were big and some were small, and there were even many with blood patterns. Xiao Hua knew from the refining method of the heaven leveling staff that this heaven leveling staff was different from the heaven raising staff. It required a lot of items of the 5 elements or extremely heavy materials to refine. Moreover, it could be added as one's strength increased. These demonic tools were extremely heavy and were the best materials to refine the heaven's rod. That was why Xiaohua thought of coming to Thousand Red Mountain to look for Taohong. That's right. I'll take all of these. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. He asked Shi Wuming, fellow Daoist Shi, how many spirit stones do you want? You want all of them? Shi Wuming was obviously stunned. He did not expect Xiaohua to ask for so much. Shi Wuming looked at Taohong, seemingly unsure. Taohong also frowned and asked curiously, fellow Daoist Xiao, these demonic tools, if there is 1 or 2 of them, they should be useful. Fellow Daoist Xiao wants so many at once. In addition to the ones I have, there are already a lot of them. I've never heard of so many demonic tools. What are they used for? I'm also curious. Xiaohua smiled and said, don't the 3 of you have even more demonic tools? What are you here for? The matter of the demonic tools is related to what I'm going to discuss with fellow Daoist. Taohong smiled and said, I won't hide anything from fellow Daoist. At this time, Mo Shan said coldly, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you have great strength? You want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool? Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled, fellow Daoist Mo seems to know something. That's right. Mo Shan nodded, not only do I know something, I also know some tricks to refine such a magic tool. Since fellow Daoist Mo said it. Then I won't hide anything from you. Because I have some strength, I want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool. Xiaohua looked at Shi Wuming and smiled, back then, it was your demonic tools that gave me this idea. Hearing this, Shi Wuming's face changed slightly. He wasn't sure if Xiaohua's words were a threat, but fortunately, Xiaohua looked at Mo Shan and said, as for the refining method, I already have it. Most of the materials have already been collected, I just need to find some more. Fellow Daoist Mo's trick. Seeing that Xiaohua ignored his words, Mo Shan didn't say anything else. He smiled coldly and poured another cup of spirit wine and sipped it. Fellow Daoist Shi. Xiaohua reminded, how much do you think these demonic tools are worth? This. Shi Wuming hesitated and looked at Ruo Taohong. Ruo Taohong saw that Xiaohua readily admitted to refining magic tools, so she smiled and said, since these demonic tools are useful to fellow Daoist Xiao, and we have no use for them, why not trade with fellow Daoist Xiao? Shi Wuming nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his heart skipped a beat and he almost blurted out, rejuvenation pill. If fellow Daoist Xiao has a rejuvenation pill, these demonic tools will all belong to fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He had indeed just refined a rejuvenation pill, but could he take it out? Rejuvenation pill, and Mo Shan was also shocked. The wine cup in his hand trembled as he looked at Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Shi. Xiaohua shook his head. Fellow Daoist Ruo's rejuvenation pill was obtained by chance when I was training in Twilight Tong City. You can ask fellow Daoist Ruo, that pill was extremely ugly and did not look like a pill at all. At that time, there was someone who said that it was a face-retaining pill. Ordinary fellow Daoists would not bid for it, and I just happened to have something that person needed. I had already consumed a spiritual herb similar to the face-retaining pill, so I had no use for it. However, my cultivation at that time was shallow and I was forced to trade, so I had no choice but to use that thing to exchange for the face-retaining pill. I did not know that it was a rejuvenation pill. That day in Sky Patrol City, I made the trade because I hoped to obtain fellow Daoist Ruo's magic bamboo slip. If I had known that it was a rejuvenation pill, how could I have sold it so cheaply? Sigh, fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Ruo Taohong nodded. That day, fellow Daoist Xiao only said that it was a face-retaining pill, and fellow Daoist Xiao had never seen a rejuvenation pill. However, I received the news in advance, so I was fated to have such a great opportunity. That rejuvenation pill was really ugly. Who would have thought that it was an immortal pill? So. Xiaohua shrugged and said, if fellow Daoist she wants to get the rejuvenation pill from me, that is absolutely impossible. This. Seeing that there was no hope for the rejuvenation pill, Shi Wuming hesitated. He looked at Imo Shan and whispered a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua listened to the message and frowned slightly, as if he was considering it, then he also whispered back. After a few more whispers, Xiaohua took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Shi Wuming. Shi Wuming opened the storage pouch and checked it, then smiled and said, good, since fellow Daoist Xiao is so sincere, then these demonic tools are yours. Thank you, fellow Daoist Shi. The two storage pouches were originally beside Xiaohua, so Xiaohua did not hesitate and accepted them. He then turned to Imo Shan and said, fellow Daoist Imo, I heard from fellow Daoist Roa that you not only have some demonic tools, but also a magic bamboo slip. If fellow Daoist Imo wants to give it to me, you can discuss it with me. Imo Shan had an inexplicable expression on his face. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming, then asked Xiaohua, what did old devil Shi trade with you? Huh, fellow Daoist Imo. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, that is fellow Daoist Shi's secret, forgive me for not revealing it. He, unexpectedly, Imo Shan took out 3 storage pouches and handed them to Xiaohua, then he said proudly, fellow Daoist Xiao, take a look, oh? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry, he could only take the storage pouches and take a closer look. There were indeed many demonic tools inside, and each of them was huge. They were really good materials for refining the heaven pacifying staff. Chapter 3070. That's right, the 5-element rod definitely exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Just like the sky-leveling rod, it was another method used by the Daoist sect to imitate the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. However, the refining method was already greatly damaged, and only a few key parts could be understood. If he relied solely on this jade slip, it was absolutely impossible to refine the 5-element rod. However, with Xiaohua's current refining level, he immediately saw the importance of these tricks. They were exactly what the sky-leveling rod didn't cover, and were the absolute shortcomings of the sky-leveling rod. For example, in the sky-leveling rod, although it also needed to refine the 5-element objects together, it relied on the blood sacrifice method, which required an extremely large amount of spiritual blood to fuse these extremely heavy 5-element objects together. This was the blood sacrifice method that Xiaohua knew. In the 5-element rod, the law of blood sacrifice was replaced by the 5-element spiritual items. With the spiritual items as the foundation, all the 5 elements were built on top of the foundation to create a magical treasure that was like a part of heaven and earth. These two methods each opened up new paths, each had their own wonders, and of course, there were also successful examples. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, the refining method of the sky-leveling rod was somewhat bloody, leaning more towards the power of the bloodline, and lacking the balance of the 5 elements. The refining method of the 5-element rod leaned towards the composition of the world, the balance of the 5 elements, and lacked condensation. If these two methods were refined together, it would be even closer to the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. In the Dawn Rain continent, how many refining masters were proficient in both the soul refining method and the Daoist sect's refining method? Or even the demon realm's refining method? Good. After Xiaohua connected all the details, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Everything in this world seems to be pushed by an invisible hand. This Xiao was unable to obtain the true refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, but unexpectedly, one after another, I obtained the refining method of the fake one. In the Fog Mountain, I even obtained the lightning refining method. Isn't this a refining method that isn't part of the 5 elements? If I use this lightning refining method to refine the sky leveling rod, it's absolutely possible. However, Xiaohua immediately regretted, if I had known that the 10,000 Thunder Valley would be annihilated by 10,000 Thunder Valley, this Xiao would have. When he thought of this, Xiaohua suddenly froze. He was like a wooden chicken. After a long while, he murmured, "This Xiao is stupid." That unknown thing flew into this Xiao's space from the lightning peak of the myriad lightning valley. That lightning water was naturally flowing into tracing light. But, wasn't there still a lot of lightning water leaking into the air? Isn't this the 10,000 Thunder Valley in my space? I only need to urge the primordial spirit in that space to refine the heaven-leveling rod using the lightning refining method. Wouldn't it be the same as refining it in the myriad Thunder Valley? Even if its second senior brother's dragon's silver gilt, it can still be refined. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Xiaohua was stunned. Because ever since Xiaohua absorbed the 18 stone walls of the Misty Mountain into his space, his primordial spirit didn't do anything else. Just like the real Xiaohua, he sat cross-legged in the air in front of the stone wall, comprehending bit by bit. He picked up a spirit fruit and was about to eat it, but then he asked casually, "There's no need to talk about the specific place, but can you tell me the general location? If there's time, I would like to go and do something first. That place is very far from here. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, I'm afraid you won't have time to do anything else." Ruo Taohong shook her head and said, "However, if fellow Daoist Xiao wants to know the general location, I can tell you a little about it." Then, Ruo Taohong said telepathically, "It's near Wanshi's Fulin Mountain. I'll tell fellow Daoist Xiao the specific location very soon. When that fellow Daoist arrives, we can discuss the specific matters together. At that time, we'll need fellow Daoist Xiao to lead us." Xiaohua answered casually. He didn't comment and still put the spirit fruit into his mouth. However, the moment Xiaohua took a bite of the spirit fruit, he suddenly froze. He frowned, as if he thought of something. Ruo Taohong was afraid that Xiaohua would be angry, so she kept staring at Xiaohua's expression. When she saw Xiaohua frown, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at Shi Wuming. Although Shi Wuming was arrogant and had a strange temper, after being easily defeated by Xiaohua, he was convinced. When he saw Ruo Taohong looking at him, his eyes darted around, wondering if he should tell Xiaohua the specific location. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and swallowed the spirit fruit. He stood up and said, "Fellow Daoist Ruo, fellow Daoist Shi, I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. That mysterious place, if you two fellow Daoists can wait, please don't go there casually. Once I'm done with my business, we can discuss it in detail. Since you've invited me, I should at least have some confidence in protecting everyone's safety, right?" Xiaohua also knew more about the treasures inside than Ruo Taohong, and Xiaohua knew even more that those things were useful for condensing core, but the dangers were even more severe. He didn't expect himself to condense core so quickly, and didn't intend to take the risk to look for opportunities, so he just perfunctorily explained to Yuchuan. At this time, he had already condensed core, so he didn't want to take the risk. In particular, he had to quickly wake up Jianghu, so how could he go to Wanxi? Of course, Yuchuan also made it clear that this ancient relic had been in Wanxi for many years, and very few people knew about it. Perhaps there were some useful things in the periphery that ordinary cultivators knew, but there were even more things that ordinary people didn't know about. Not only was it useful for foundation establishment, it was also useful for nascent soul and even spirit severing stage. After waking up Jianghu, Xiaohua was free, so naturally he was willing to take a look. This Bai Fei is really powerful. Xiaohua thought as he flew, how many years has it been? He actually cultivated from middle foundation establishment to late foundation establishment. TSK, if Bai Fei can really get some treasures from the ancient relic in Wanxi, advancing to gold core is just around the corner. Oh right, there's also that fallen gold mountains jade token in the sword tomb. How old is it? It's already gold core. Damn it, I'm afraid it's already nascent soul. They're all extremely powerful. Li Zongbao, although he's called handsome for a while, compared to them, he's nothing. He also planned to go from the Taiqing sect to the Kunlun sect in the Lian country. Looking at the gloomy Mo Zhao black forest and the faint ink spots outside the extremely hidden passage, Xiaohua frowned and looked at the dozen or so cultivators in front of him. These cultivators all passed through the Mo Zhao black forest with Xiaohua. Except for the female cultivator in the middle of the group who was at the 11th level of qi refining, and the two cultivators behind Xiaohua who were fascinated, the rest were all foundation establishment cultivators. There were even 3 late foundation establishment cultivators in front of the group. After all, this secret path was the most dangerous. Without some self-protection, no one dared to choose this path. As for the female cultivator, she should be somewhat secretive and seemed to be hiding from something. Like Xiaohua, she was eager to pass through the Mo Zhao Black Forest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mingled with this group of foundation establishment cultivators. However, Xiaohua had lost his previous curiosity and didn't want to pry into other people's secrets at all. He didn't even care which sects or families these cultivators belonged to. Before entering the Inkcloud Black Forest, he had simply dealt with them. Perhaps Xiaohua was just being perfunctory. Others could clearly see that after entering the Inkcloud Black Forest, no one tried to worm their way into being friends with him. Other than that aura-refining female cultivator, perhaps Xiaohua was the only one. As for the 2 fascinated cultivators behind Xiaohua, they were hurriedly brought over by another Haoming city guard when the dozen or so people were preparing to enter the Mo Zhao Black Forest. They didn't have the opportunity to introduce themselves to Xiaohua and the others. Naturally, they wouldn't be together with Xiaohua. However, this most dangerous secret path was actually safe and sound. Up until now, there wasn't even the slightest ripple. This was clearly somewhat out of Xiaohua's expectations. AI, there are still 2 more days. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd, then raised his head to look at the distance of the secret path. He felt somewhat anxious. Not only because of Jiang Luer's matter, but also because of another extremely bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. It was as if a kind of danger was quietly approaching. As for what kind of danger it was, he really couldn't say. Before the Great Dao sword battle, his enemy was the invisible mysterious person who sealed his middle dantian. After the Great Dao sword battle, it could be said that the entire Huan country was his enemy. The battle was over, but the sword cultivators had entered. What about him? Unfortunately, he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. If the Void Heaven Sword School and the others wanted to take revenge, he could only run for his life. I'll endure it a little longer. In 1 more day, we'll be close to the edge of the Mo Zhao Black Forest. At that time, I won't care about anything else. I'll just rush out on my own. There won't be any mistakes left or right. Xiaohua inwardly made up his mind. In the past 20 days, the late Foundation establishment cultivator leading the way had changed direction many times. Although Xiaohua had a jade slip in his hand, he still couldn't grasp the direction. Moreover, he also knew that if he forcibly flew out halfway, it would affect the secret path. Xiaohua wasn't ruthless enough to do that. With that thought, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and slowly flew with everyone. His mind slowly absorbed the insights from the several primordial spirits. Before the 3 primordial spirits went through the 3rd gold lightning tribulation, each of them had already cultivated their own secret techniques. In fact, whether it was the efficiency or the feeling they transmitted back, it was completely different from after the 3rd gold lightning tribulation. Chapter 3073. The female aura refining cultivator fled in panic, seemingly not knowing where to go. She didn't dare to collide with the Foundation establishment cultivators and could only rush out of the secret passage. With a loud crackling sound, the female cultivator's left arm came out of the secret passage. Bursts of black flames appeared on the female cultivator's arm, and countless ink sand rushed into it. The female cultivator's body suddenly fell, obviously unable to resist the corrosion of the ink sand. The Foundation establishment cultivator blocking the way was also shocked and hastily dodged forward. The female cultivator was delighted and hurriedly rushed into the secret passage again. However, it was only for a moment. The brilliance around the female cultivator's body dimmed, especially her left arm, which was charred black, like a broken armor. However, this armor was extremely heavy, and the female cultivator's left arm was simply unable to move. The female cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. While trying her best to fly forward, she clapped her right hand, and a thumb-sized fire bead appeared in her hand. She slightly activated her magic power, and it immediately turned into a ball of fire, rushing into her left arm. Caw 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 caw, with a violent sound, the ink sand that invaded the female cultivator's body was immediately blocked by the fire. As the fire rushed into the fire bead turned into a charred black color in the blink of an eye, without a trace of fire. Looking at the female cultivator's arm, the Daoist robe had already disappeared, revealing a patch of grayish-black skin. It was no longer the tender white skin of a female cultivator. However, the female cultivator didn't pay attention to this at all. When the true qi in her meridians could smoothly flow, she immediately flew several meters forward. When she got close to the two Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivators, she quickly shouted, "Senior Fu, Senior Lu, Jr. is a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain, and is the Fire Qilin's maid. Seniors, please help me." Fire Qilin? Xiao Hua clearly saw the female cultivator's series of actions from afar. He didn't expect the female cultivator to be able to remove the ink sand from her body. That fire bead was clearly prepared beforehand. When he heard that the female cultivator was the Fire Qilin's maid, he was even more stunned. He thought of that loathsome, yet pitiful, infatuated man. You. The two Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivators were clearly caught unprepared. They raised their eyes and looked at the two maze cultivators who were already closing in behind them. The two seniors are elders of the Mo Ling sect. Before the Great Dao sword battle, they had come to our blazing fire mountain to visit the three ancestors. The female cultivator hurriedly said, "At that time, our young master received the two seniors in the fire spirit hall. Furthermore, I accompanied the two seniors in the hall for several days and earnestly requested the three ancestors to meet the two seniors." Oh. All of the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other helplessly. The slightly plump Senior Fu on the left said, "Senior Brother Lu, this female cultivator is right. It looks like we have no choice but to take action." "That's right. Fellow Daoist Fire Qilin treated us well. Since this female cultivator is fellow Daoist Fire Qilin's servant, we naturally can't ignore her. Otherwise, how would we face the Fire Qilin in the future?" As he spoke, the cultivator called Senior Lu swept his gaze over everyone. Obviously, these words were said for everyone to hear. This junior thanks the two seniors. Seeing this, the female cultivator was overjoyed. After expressing her thanks, she hurriedly hid behind the two. Seeing the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators take action, the Foundation establishment cultivators in front of Lu Yu and Fu Jia hesitated slightly, but they also urged their magic power and quickly left. Who didn't know the dangers of this secret path? Everyone understood the principle of, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Senior Lu, the female cultivator, became anxious and shouted, "This Huachong and Huaming are no longer disciples of the Blazing Fire Mountain. They betrayed the Blazing Fire Mountain when the three ancestors of my clan died." Oh. Lu Yu and Fu Jia were extremely embarrassed and hesitant, but when they heard this, they sneered, fellow Daoist Hua, is that girl right? Alas. Huachong sighed and cupped his hands, fellow Daoist Lu, since this slut is so shameless and leaked the private matters of the blazing fire mountain, I can only blame her. In that case, I can only expose my own shortcomings. Seeing that Huachong was about to speak, the cultivators behind him became unhappy and coldly said, fellow Daoist Hua, if you want to complain, please get out of the way. We have no interest in the matters of the blazing fire mountain, and we have even less interest in listening to your secrets. It's all I's fault. Huachong said with a smile, I was a bit anxious. With that, Huachong and Huaming moved to the sides of the secret path, revealing a gap. Seniors. The female cultivator became anxious and suddenly shouted, don't go. The young master of the blazing fire mountain, Fire Qilin, is right in front of the secret path. Once this junior leaves the secret path, there will definitely be a great treasure to thank you. Unfortunately, not to mention the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in front of her, even the two middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in front of Xiao Hua ignored her and directly flew between Huachong and Huaming. However, this girl knew where the water essence ice pith was. But the location of the water element ice pith has been seized by you? Is that so? Huachong was a bit embarrassed, but when he saw that Xiao Hua was alone, he lightly said, this water element ice pith was only obtained by the 3 old ancestors of my ardent fire mountain by chance. As for whether they used it all or not, I don't know. But if there is, then it must be in our hands. You only know where the water element ice pith is, so it is meaningless. Then, he coldly glared at the female cultivator and said, this slut is just spouting nonsense. How can her words be fulfilled? Of course, I do not dare to make any more promises. Huachong pondered for a moment, then looked at Huaming and said, if we can really obtain the water essence ice pith from this slut, then fellow Daoists can obtain a little. As for how much, this poor Daoist cannot guarantee. Hearing this, the many cultivators who had taken advantage of the time when Xiao Hua was asking about the situation of Ardent Fire Mountain to come up with a plan. Huachong's words were clearly much more realistic than what the female cultivator had said. What was the water element ice pith? How could they casually give everyone half a drop? Moreover, the water element ice pith was not in the hands of this female cultivator. Most importantly, this female cultivator had never revealed her name from the beginning to the end. Even to Lu Yu and Fu Jia, she only claimed to be the Fire Qilin's maid. Fellow Daoist Hua. The two cultivators in front of Xiao Hua said, as long as we don't interfere, will we be able to obtain the water element ice pith? That's right. Huachong was overjoyed when he saw that someone had loosened up. He nodded and said, fellow Daoist only needs to send your name to I and I will give you the communication talisman. After half a year, my Ardent Fire Mountain will be stable. Fellow Daoist can go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Even if you do not obtain the water element ice pith, I will still reward you handsomely. Good. The two middle stage Foundation establishment cultivators did not seem to be interested in the water element ice pith. After a few words, Huachong took out 2 communication talismans and handed them to the two. The two immediately flew over and no longer cared about this matter. What about you two fellow Daoists? Huachong looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, I have already said all the good things. Mo Ling's sect has a good relationship with my Ardent Fire Mountain. I do not want to cause any more problems. This was already the second time Huachong reminded Lu Yu. Lu Yu was really hesitant. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting that he had been too rash. Seeing Lu Yu hesitate, Huachong smiled and turned to look at Xiao Hua behind him and asked with a smile. Me? Xiao Hua was also in a difficult position. He knew Hua Furong and Fire Qilin, but this Huachong did not say whether they were Hua Furong's subordinates or other people's subordinates. Moreover, this was indeed the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. Although Xiaohua wanted to obtain the water element ice pith, if he wanted to obtain it from the hands of these people, he was afraid that he would not be able to obtain it. Hee. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator laughed and said, "Fellow Daoist Hua, this old man believes your words. We should not interfere with the internal affairs of your ardent fire mountain. However, since this girl asked for help from us, how can we ignore it? We naturally do not care about the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. You can do whatever you want." Fortunately, the black sand around the secret path had been pushed back by the flame thunderbolt, so there wasn't any black sand around Xiaohua. Damn it. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the several dozen feet of flames above his head and the black sand that was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. Although this black sand wasn't as powerful as the black sand from last time, Xiaohua understood that the secret path had most likely disappeared. If he was trapped by this black sand, there would be a lot of trouble. Therefore, he cursed and hurriedly used the earth escape technique to escape like before. It was at this moment that the female cultivator from Ardent Fire Mountain landed not far from him. Flame. Flame hibiscus? When Xiaohua swept a glance over, he was immediately stunned. The female cultivator now didn't have the slightly pretty appearance from before. Instead, she revealed an appearance similar to flame hibiscus. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua understood that this female cultivator was definitely not flame hibiscus. She should be the same as flame hibiscus, a descendant of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. Sigh, really, there are thousands of kinds of beauty, but as for ugliness, it seems there's only one kind. Xiaohua didn't have any hesitation. He rolled up the sleeve of his Daoist robe and took the female cultivator who was practically indistinguishable from flame hibiscus into his hand. He once again glanced at the black sand that had already closed in the blink of an eye. Knowing that he didn't have any extra time to save others, he immediately urged his magic power and escaped into the ground, escaping out of ink cloud black forest. Not long after Xiaohua's figure disappeared, countless amounts of black sand rushed over, annihilating everything within 100 feet of the secret passage. Even before the black sand settled down, countless bursting sounds came from nearby, like bubbles bursting out from the mud in the sea, rising and falling one after another, the sounds unceasingly resounding. Following the appearance of these bursting sounds, all of the black sand within a range of about 10 miles was stirred up, and all of the black wood was blasted apart. Wave after wave of intense fluctuations were emitted from these bursting sounds. Not only did it wantonly spread out within 10 miles, it also unbridled rushed to the surroundings of ink cloud black forest, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Even the group of Mo Zhao was shocked by the sudden change. They stayed far away and did not dare to get close to it. After waiting for nearly an hour, a loud boom sounded, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A black spot appeared on the ground, and this black spot instantly expanded, like a whirlpool turning into a black hole. Inside the black hole, rays of black and white brilliance rotated like a wave wheel. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and a figure rushed out from the black hole. Ha ha ha! Another loud and clear laugh sounded. I finally rushed into the ninth heaven. The figure actually laughed loudly and rushed into the black sand. A day later, at a place a few miles away from the original exit of the secret path, a figure rushed out from the ground. Once this figure appeared in the air, he did not stop at all. He flew close to the ground and only stopped abruptly after flying for several hundred feet. Looking at the tall and thin figure, if it wasn't Xiaohua who had already recovered his original appearance, who else could it be? Alas, I finally rushed out. Xiaohua looked at the sunlight sprinkling on his body, and then looked behind him, at the Yingxiao black forest, and sighed. Fortunately, I'm already very close to the edge. Otherwise, with this Zhao's ability, it would really be difficult to rush out from inside. That's right. Although the place where the secret path disappeared was only 1 or 2 days away from the Inkcloud Black Forest, and Xiaohua's earth escape technique was extremely fast, it had taken Xiaohua a long time to cover such a short distance, and he had almost rushed into the depths of the Inkcloud Black Forest several times. Come out. Xiaohua shook his Daoist robe, and the female cultivator that he had been holding in his hand was shaken to the ground. Xiaohua stretched out his hand, and placed his finger on the female cultivator's wrist. After a brief inspection, he pressed his hand between the female cultivator's armpits. NNN. The female cultivator groaned, and unexpectedly opened her eyes. This female cultivator was only knocked out by the impact of the flame thunderbolt and the strange changes in the Inkshao Black Forest. Naturally, Xiaohua already knew that this female cultivator must be wearing a protective armor, otherwise, she would have been torn apart like Huicheng and Huiming. Just as the female cultivator opened her eyes, she was immediately forced to close them due to the intense sunlight. Moreover, at the same time, the female cultivator very cleverly urged her magic power, wanting to fly. Unfortunately, her flight talisman had already been torn apart by the impact of the Inkshao Black Forest, so how could she still fly? The female cultivator's figure struggled on the ground, and immediately jumped up vigorously. With a slight glance, her gaze fell on Xiaohua's face. It was very obvious that Xiaohua's face was extremely unfamiliar to her. He was not one of the dozen cultivators who had passed through the secret path with her. Immediately, the female cultivator did not hurry to salute, but naturally touched her face with her hand, as if to confirm something. It turns out that martial uncle's mind is not ordinary. Humph, Xiaohua sneered, is this Xiao worth arguing with him? Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua asked again, how are flaming hibiscus and fire qilin now? Why did you come to Meng country? Okay, martial uncle knows. That female cultivator's face was once again filled with sorrow. She whispered, although Miss Furong and my young master have a very good relationship, but, after all, they are not of the same lineage. The two of them are only Foundation establishment disciples. Under the coercion of a gold core master, they are unable to act independently. Now, they are like fire and water. This junior has received the order of my young master to come to Meng country to handle a secret matter. As for what it is, I hope martial uncle Xiao can understand. This junior can't answer. Since it is the matter of the fire qilin, then this Xiao will not ask any more. Xiaohua sighed, this Xiao is old acquaintances with flaming hibiscus and fire qilin. I don't wish for any gap to appear between them. Yes, my young master is also unwilling. That female cultivator's face was filled with helplessness, but now, ardent fire mountain. Alas, it is already torn apart. My young master is also unable to act independently. Forget it. This is your ardent fire mountain's internal affairs. Whether it is flaming hibiscus or fire qilin who took the lead, it has nothing to do with this Xiao. Xiaohua sighed and pointed his finger into the distance, let's go. A few miles ahead, there seems to be someone looking for you. Perhaps they are looking for you? This Xiao will send you there. Hee, many thanks, martial uncle Xiao. That female cultivator happily said, this junior will definitely bring martial uncle Xiao's words to my young master. If both of them can live in harmony, how good would that be? Yes, in this world, the most precious thing is family affection. Don't wait until you no longer have the opportunity to know the importance of family affection. Xiaohua nodded and took the lead to fly up. Not long after, she saw several Foundation establishment cultivators flying over in front of her. Their divine senses also swept over, and the female cultivator's face revealed a happy expression. She called out, martial uncle Xiao, these are the masters who came to find this junior. They are also my young master's martial brothers. You can chat with them as much as you want. At this point, the female cultivator was somewhat hesitant, however, they and Miss Hibiscus are extremely against each other, so it's like this. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, since it's like this Xiao won't go over. If Flaming Hibiscus were to know, I'm afraid there would be some misunderstandings. After your Ardent Fire Mountain's affairs are finished. It won't be too late for this Xiao to go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Then. All right. The female cultivator's face revealed extreme reluctance, then she respectfully bowed and said, this junior thanks Martial Uncle Xiao for saving my life. This junior will definitely bring Martial Uncle Xiao's words to my young master. Moreover, this junior will definitely think of a way to bring it to Miss Hibiscus. Please tell me the direction. Good. If that's the case, this Xiao didn't save you in vain. Xiaohua nodded, then with a flick of his sleeve, he pulled himself away and flew in another direction. Respectfully sending Martial Uncle Xiao off. The female cultivator stood in midair and called out very respectfully. Xiaohua naturally didn't reply, and flew further and further away. Miss. The several Foundation establishment cultivators flew closer and immediately surrounded this female cultivator. One of them called out, you, shut up. The female cultivator glared at him, stopping that cultivator. Yes. That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shut his mouth, similarly looking into the distance. That cultivator just now was Xiaohua. The female cultivator saw that Xiaohua had already flown far away, then said in a low voice, Imperial Thunder Sex Xiaohua. Hiss, that cultivator also exclaimed in a low voice, that Xiaohua who made outstanding military achievements in the Great Dao Sword War and has some friendship with Flaming Hibiscus and Fire Qilin? That's right. The respect on the female cultivator's face had already completely disappeared, and she said coldly, if he knew my identity, would I still be able to go to that place safely? Would I still be able to find opponents to deal with those two? Yes, this subordinate understands. That cultivator hurriedly replied. Let's go, the female cultivator waved her hand, but this Xiaohua, he's just a facade. That's right, miss. What happened in Inkcloud Black Forest? There seems to be a great change inside. How did you come out? The Foundation establishment cultivator asked again. There are no other secret passages around here, and the original secret passage seems to have been completely destroyed. What? This place. The female cultivator obviously thought of something, and hurriedly said, how far is this place from the original exit of the secret passage? How long is it from the agreed time? Miss came out earlier than the agreed time. That Foundation establishment cultivator hurriedly replied, moreover, this place is only 3 to 4 li away from the original exit of the secret passage. This is bad, the female cultivator was stunned, then hurriedly reached into her bosom and took out a small storage pouch. When she opened it to take a look, her face unconsciously turned deathly pale. She raised her hand and threw the empty storage pouch into the air, cursing loudly, damned Xiaohua, you. Unfortunately, after saying, you, a few times, the female cultivator became dejected again. She didn't know what to say anymore. It was as if Xiaohua's words were ringing in her ears again. However, since he accompanied Sha Kongzi to Sky Patrol City to participate in the Great Dao Sword War and also made some contributions, he received an invitation from the Taiqing sect. According to Han Zhu's thinking, it was impossible for him to stand out in the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Therefore, he only had the attitude of watching the show. After randomly drawing the Heavenly Peak, he leisurely set off after everyone rushed up the 3 peaks. However, the strange thing was that when Han Zhu flew to a certain limit, he didn't see any disciples who were flying in front of him. Especially on the Heavenly Peak, all kinds of dangers appeared as if they were natural barriers that prevented him from approaching the peak. It was also at this moment that he finally understood the meaning of the Ascension to Immortality gathering. Without a certain cultivation and strength, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to charge out of these natural barriers. Just when he was about to give up, Hanzhu was once again determined to win. He used a spell to detect that no one was spying on him. In fact, under such natural barriers, it was impossible for anyone to spy on him. Therefore, he secretly used the Buddhist sect's secret technique. What surprised Hanzhu was that under the support of the Buddhist sect's secret technique, he was able to break through many of the barriers. In the end, he even rushed to the peak of the heavenly peak and broke through the final barrier. He directly entered the land of the 9 heavens that the Taiqing sect's cultivators spoke of. However, when Hanzhu reached the land of the 9 heavens, he suddenly realized that the land of the 9 heavens was actually extremely similar to the Incloud Black Forest. Moreover, after Hanzhu slightly identified the direction, he rushed out of the land of the 9 heavens and appeared in front of Xiaohua at this moment. What? When Xiaohua heard the last part, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Hanzhu in disbelief and said, "You're saying that the Incloud Black Forest actually leads to the Taiqing sect's 3 peaks? Above the 9 heavens? How is this possible?" "Yes." Hanzhu also shrugged. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly as if he was about to laugh out loud. This old man definitely didn't expect it. The Taiqing sect has held this ascension to immortality gathering for who knows how many years, and the final goal of the ascension to immortality is actually the Incloud Black Forest that we normally pass through. If this old man didn't personally experience it, how could I believe it? Even if this old man were to say it out loud today, I'm afraid it would be a joke, right? Xiaohua shook his head. This experience was truly inconceivable. How could it be possible to break through from the 9 heavens and fly out from the ground? Even if there was some kind of teleportation array, it couldn't be so big. Moreover, from Hanzhu's words, he simply lifted his leg. He didn't feel any teleportation at all, nor was there any fluctuation of magic power. Ouch! Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the bursting bubbles he encountered in the secret path, could it be that Hanzhu was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the Incloud Black Forest? Could it be that he was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the Incloud Black Forest? Then, "Martial uncle, when you were climbing the flying sky peak, did you notice anything unusual?" Xiaohua was originally curious. When he heard such a strange thing, he couldn't wait to immediately climb the flying sky peak, earth peak, and mortal peak. Of course there was something unusual. Hanzhu was in a good mood and said with a smile, "From the bottom of the sky peak to the top, I finally came out of the Incloud Black Forest." Chapter 3078. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Yes, Hanzhu, a golden core cultivator, actually rushed to the top of the sky peak that even spirit-severing stage masters couldn't climb. How could this not be noticed? Wasn't he caught in the same dilemma as her? So, Hanzhu smiled and said, "I'll take this opportunity to hide for a while and see the situation of the Taiqing sect. If someone appears from the Incloud Black Forest, then I'll jump out and admit it. Otherwise, I'll have to think about how to deal with it. If no one appears from the Incloud Black Forest, then Martial Uncle won't be able to explain it." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Indeed. This is also the reason why I have to hide for a while and think about it carefully." Hanzhu didn't avoid it and explained, "Moreover, I'll take this opportunity to go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect and awaken your relative. This can be considered as a bit of merit for me. Yes, Martial Uncle's benevolence is far from what I can compare to." Xiaohua said with a smile very naturally. Yes, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is different from that of the Daoist sect. Not only do we have to be proficient in the Buddhist Dharma, but we also have to be benevolent. We have to face the sufferings of the world with a heart that says, "If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" Only then can we comprehend the profoundness of the Buddhist Dharma. Hanzhu nodded and said, "Then, what is hell?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. It's the place where all ghosts go, the source of all evil. Hanju explained without hesitation, after all living things die, they have to go through the trial of hell in order to have the possibility of reincarnation. Only by going through hell can one eliminate the sins of the mortal world and reincarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Isn't that the same as the netherworld? Xiaohua gasped. He almost said that it was the same as the netherworld that hooded god transformed into. That's right. Hanju nodded. Hell and the netherworld are the same. They're both places where souls go. Then where is this hell? Xiaohua suddenly recalled the pitch-black silhouette that he saw through the netherworld mirror and the inexplicable words. How would I know? Hanju said indifferently, this hell is the opposite of the Buddhist sect's Western paradise. It's the most hidden place in the world. Even when the Buddhist sect prospered, countless Buddhist monks tirelessly searched for it, but still couldn't find it. Now that the Buddhist sect has long been annihilated, who can still find it? Then, where did this Western paradise and hell come from? Xiaohua loved to get to the bottom of things, so he immediately asked. The Western paradise is also known as the Western paradise. It is a world of solemnity, tranquility, and equality that the Supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect has achieved through the 48 Great Wishes. The Buddhists and people here were all born from the lotus flowers in the 7 treasures pool. They were all great arhats who possessed the body of Vajranarayan. The people here are all the good people, so they don't suffer, hence the name bliss. Hanju flew in the air and looked into the distance with great longing. Furthermore, the people in the Western paradise all have supreme Buddhist Dharma. No matter what aptitude they have, they can cultivate Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist Dharma is a natural combination with the Tao of heaven and earth. It can move mountains, drain seas, and summon the wind and rain. If the Western paradise is the residence of the gods and Buddhas, then hell would be the depraved land of thousands of evil ghosts. It would be filthy beyond compare. Chapter 3079. Indeed. Hanju nodded and said, it is precisely because of this that this old man had to ask you in advance. Buddhist sect is really different from Tao sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a conflict. This conflict was so big that it could actually destroy Buddhist sect. It is not like sword cultivators who can stand side by side with Tao sect. After this war, sword cultivators already have the possibility of suppressing Tao sect. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua himself has sword origin. Of course, he knows that sword cultivators also use spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which coincides with Tao sect. On the other hand, Buddhist sect simply regards spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nothing. Of course, it is different from Tao sect. It is just that, this disciple is very curious. How did martial uncle choose? Xiaohua probed again. Tao sect emphasizes the 3,000 great Tao. Buddhist sect also emphasizes that Buddhist Dharma does not help people who are not fated. If you do not understand, this old man will say it is useless. You should take advantage of this period of time to properly think about it. Hanju did not say anything, causing Xiaohua to feel helpless. After that, Hanju brought Xiaohua all the way to the south and east. They gradually entered some dangerous foothills and were actually getting closer to the Wuxia Sea. Moreover, Hanju actually flew straight over without using any teleportation formation. Although Xiaohua was very calm in his heart, his face revealed a puzzled expression. One day, just as they secretly flew over a city, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, Meng country, this disciple has also come here when training in the past. Even the Wuxia Sea, this disciple has also been there. But I have never encountered any Buddhist sect ruins. How did you discover these Buddhist sect ruins?" If Buddhist sect ruins can be easily discovered by others, can they still be called Buddhist sect ruins? Hanju sneered and said, "Back then, this old man accidentally obtained the Golden Swan rune. I thought it was a supreme secret manual for Dao cultivation. I practiced it bitterly behind everyone's back. When I had some small success, I had another opportunity. Only then did I understand that this Golden Swan rune was actually Buddhist sect. It is a great enemy of my Dao sect. And that opportunity led this old man to explore the Buddhist sect ruins for the first time. From there, I obtained many benefits. Of course, these benefits are only secondary. The most important thing is that this old man knows what I am. What I want to do. At the same time, I also know that Buddhist sect was not completely destroyed by Dao sect. This. How is this possible? Xiaohua said in shock. If they weren't annihilated, why don't we see the Buddhist sect's inheritance? Xiaohua, don't forget. The Buddhist sect followed the same cultivation path as the Daoist sect. How could they be so easily destroyed by the Daoist sect? If they were killed so easily, would they still be called a Buddhist sect? Reminded Hanju. Xiaohua still didn't understand and shook his head slightly. Not to mention that you don't understand it now, even I didn't understand it back then. Hanju said with a smile. However, this matter can't be investigated further. You'll understand once I tell you something. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Xiaohua liked to ask for advice the most, so he naturally asked immediately. Do you know what it means to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Hanju said with a smile, although the Buddhist sect has been annihilated, their heritage can still become another branch of the Dao sect. It's just that, their cultivation is already the same as the Dao sect. This disciple understands. Xiaohua naturally understood. What you mean is that the Buddhist sect hasn't been annihilated, wrong. The Buddhist sect was annihilated. Hanju shook his head. It's just that their cultivation method was used by the Daoist sect. From another point of view, the Buddhist sect still exists. Then, which sect in Meng country? Xiaohua looked into the distance and pondered. There are many cultivation families in Meng country. Hanju said with a smile. Many of them use the Daoist sect's cultivation method to cultivate some Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Of course, these cultivation families are extremely small and didn't have any great achievements. However, there is a cultivation sect that borrows a lot from the Buddhist sect in many of their spells and artifacts. Qingyi sect. Hearing that there was a cultivation sect, Xiaohua understood. If there was a large cultivation sect in the direction that the two of them were flying in, it could only be the Qingyi sect. That's right, it's the Qingyi sect. Hanju nodded. This cultivation sect isn't too far from the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Presumably, they were one of the main forces when the Buddhist sect was annihilated. After the Buddhist sect was annihilated, they also obtained a lot of benefits from the Buddhist sect. That's how they obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. The Qingyi sect's disciple, Jianghu, who died in the Dao Sword War, her magic treasure, from what I see, it should be a Buddhist artifact. Hanju said again. That skeleton, which sect in our Daoist sect has it? Perhaps. Xiaohua had never seen Jianghu's magic treasure, so he naturally didn't dare to say more. Therefore, the Buddhist sect can't be annihilated. The Daoist sect can only deceive themselves when they say that they are the strongest. Hanju concluded again. Indeed, Xiaohua heard and nodded inwardly. Although Hanju mentioned the Buddhist sect and didn't mention Confucian cultivators,